Elijah Sokwabia, Idon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Tito Tekken Sukabo, Anile Supa, Anto, Alva, and we're on your mouth, we're on your baby. Come on, Anyabano, yeah, you have a canoe, Kanga, and you do it, yeah, you kill him, kill him, kill him, yeah, you kill him,
Namula Namo Mariamura Gani Mogu Bunamuma Sibili Ebilio Ebilialinu Ibiribi Buenos Yego Keliza Wabatibo Budo Atazia Namuo Nanamu
Thank you for joining us, everyone, all the viewers out there. You are all welcome. I really appreciate the time you have taken to come and join us on this discussion, the second segment of Have Your Say. This is clearly a conversation to carry on the previous session, and the spirit that the conversation will be had is to bring people together to share information, learn from each other, without discriminating against any group, gender, race, religion, and all the other possible mistakes people make in terms of offending people. The spirit of the conversation is just to learn. Sometimes we do say things and have opinions that may offend viewers out there, and try to understand that is how people learn. We have to openly share information honestly as much as possible to be able to get to the greater truths that will all enrich our lives. And also the conversation often will also lead to sometimes people asking for proof of statements and why people are saying certain things. Don't take it as an offense, and it's something that is good for people to see that others are able to engage in conversations where they are actually questioned about their ideas. And because if somebody comes and says something, nobody questions them, it just seems as if the listeners are not exactly the most engaged or interactive people in terms of trying to get to understand the concept that whoever or any panelist is trying to share. So let's try to keep that in mind, that we shouldn't take things personal. We are our people. We tend to read meanings into things, and we shouldn't do that. It's all about learning. It's just all about learning. And no group, no race, nothing is here. We're not here to offend anybody. All right. So now, there's a lot of events that has occurred during the week, and most of the, in terms of Nigeria, the outstanding ones tend to involve national security in terms of people that are kidnapped. To today, there are, young people that have been kidnapped and taken into whatever these terrorists take them into, and they have not been able to rescue them for 20-something days now. And for the life of me, I'm not sure how that is going to happen. So that is on this part of the discussion. And certain things also came up in the previous discussion about how we as Nigerians treat each other. The video of the Fulani herdsman, having his cow cross the road in Abuja, and a motorist deciding to take a video of the cows crossing the road, basically obstructing traffic. And the young man engaging in some serious exchanges with this motorist, and saying that he doesn't like the motorist capturing videos of his cows. And the tone of the conversation leaves a lot to be desired. And I hope we as a people don't take that as a way of judging all Fulanis. I think I agree with that sentiment that AY made. However, we as a people have to learn how to talk to each other. And based on the law is a way it's a kind of contract between all of us, that this is what we are going to live by, and anybody that crosses the line answers for it, dispassionate of tribe, religion, gender, and all the stuff that goes along with it. That is what the law is supposed to be about. What that motorist was doing was legal under the law. The young man didn't have a right to challenge him the way he did, and didn't have the respect to say, at least I am blocking your way, so maybe I should exercise some difference that you are actually capturing videos of cows blocking your way when you're busy driving on the motorway. So that is another part of the conversation that may come up again. And I also learned that some of our viewers, or one of our viewers, did share a security document with Dr. Damages. If they want to share it again so that we can review the document here live, I think that would be interesting. And I know Kolata is not very shy about his document being shared, because he did share one about election, so that we'll see. And if I think there is logic, there's method to the document, I will. What do I care? What do I care? All I care about is our people. If the document is good, in my mind, that thing is going to help, I will praise it. I don't care. I don't care about anything. I'll praise the document and I will support it, just as anybody that wants to help end the suffering of our people, so that all of us can be able to start returning back to Nigeria and try to contribute properly to the country, and so that we can prosper. We deserve to prosper. Nigerians have suffered enough. Okay. My opinion anyway. So I'm going to be playing some videos about, some of the events of the week. This is going to range from the discussions we've had about the performance of the current president. I think it was just last week, if I'm not mistaken, that it became 3 years since he ascended into the presidency. So it's why I'm reviewing some of the records that they already have, and why Nigerians think that he's a terrible president. Some people think he's a terrible president. Obviously, his supporters don't think he's a terrible president. And a lot of governors apparently don't think he's a terrible president too. So that is the fact of the situation we are facing in the country. So I think that is based on some people just like their man. This is politics. It's just what it is. Just like movie stars. Some people love Michael Jackson. Some people prefer Robbie Williams or Burna Boy. People have their favorites. And but when the nation is in the middle of it all, that is where sometimes I fear that some of us lose sight. We overdo our support for parties and stuff. So let me see if we can play some videos so that we can, get abreast with some of the events that are going on around the world. I think I'm going to start with one in Nigeria that happened just recently about some attack in the north. These terrorists are still operating in Nigeria. So let me play that video now.
Fighters in northeast Nigeria killed 3 troops in their first raid on a military base since the killing of a top Islamic State leader. Late on Wednesday, fighters from the so-called Islamic State West Africa province stormed a base in the town of Gajigana, 50 kilometers from Borno state capital Maiduguri, and dislodged soldiers after an intense gun battle, local and intelligence sources said. Dozens of fighters on trucks and motorcycles stormed the base before engaging troops in a lengthy gunfight. According to locals, U.S. and Nigerian forces last month killed Abu Bilal al-Menoki, an Islamic State second-in-command, described as the most active terrorist in the world, at a remote village in the northeast of Africa's most populous country. Nigeria's northeast has been gripped by an Islamist insurgency since 2009.
So yeah, 3 soldiers lost their lives again. I'm sure none of those 3 are part of the terrorist groups. Some Nigerians, they struggle with understanding the idea that some military officials and personnel can actually betray their country. Why are we struggling with that? Politicians are betraying the country every day. Nigerians are betraying the country every day. Why are we surprised to hear that some people in the military are betraying the country? It's just the name of the game. So They are betraying the country, but it's not the military that is betraying the country necessarily. The government, you can accuse that the government is betraying the country because of their policies. I think so myself. I think that our government, they are behaving like caretakers. They are not governing for us. They are governing for the people that they serve. That is why they don't care about the nation rising to its full potential. That is why they don't care. Instead of them to focus on that, they are focusing on serving the people that they don't want to offend. Maybe they have their reasons, but I don't see a justifiable reason to subject Nigerians to this type of lifestyle that will lead us to a situation whereby these people might come back. The people that have the power might come back and do even far worse things that they've done to us before. So that is where I disagree with the way this government and many African leaders are approaching politics and the way we interact, even within Africa. Look at how we behave. I think today Nigeria doesn't even have visa-free access to all African states. Ghana has done it. Togo has done it. I think Kenya has done the same. Why are African countries not even interacting with themselves? Why do we have to pay some of the most expensive tickets to fly? So let's leave the foreigners and the geopolitical aspect of it. The way we govern ourselves, you can see that there's a problem. Even within Nigeria, we govern ourselves very badly. So why would I support them? Because they build one bridge here, they build one policies here. There could be a lot they could be doing. But let me go to the next news. The next one is about, I think it was covered in the last show, but I would like to cover it again about Tinubu's wife wanting to share some gifts with party members, not people that have accomplished for the nation, not women that have made sacrifices in healthcare or traffic security or anything, just for being party members. Let me just play this video.
Of APC, but we have members of APC. So to all our women leaders, from the woman leader for Abia State, APC woman leader, APC woman leader for Anambra State, APC woman leader for Bauchi State, APC leader for Osun State, APC leader for Oyo State, your vehicles will be ready before the end of the week. So I urge all our governors,
Can you imagine?
This is how we want our women to be treated. The vehicles are your personal vehicles.
Can you imagine?
You are not giving it to the party.
Can you imagine?
Can you hold on, please? You register the vehicles in your name.
Can you imagine? See where the loan is going to. All the loan, billion dollar of loan, these people are collecting. You can see where the loans are going to.
Let me finish. You register all these vehicles.
See where your loans.
Name.
See where your loans are going to.
You have money to do that, which we won't talk about.
Can you imagine?
But register these vehicles in your name. And our beloved state governors, the APC governors, buy your women leaders vehicles.
Can you imagine?
We are not playing politics like before.
Can you imagine?
We are politicians and people should see the value on us. So this is a blessed party and we want
Supreme Leader
our
Ayatollah's wife is talking.
So
Supreme Leader Ayatollah of Bodilon wife is talking.
Please.
So as you can see, they are rewarding each other with cars now, and because they have been very good party members. In a country where people are living in IDP camps, in a country where people are abandoning their ancestral homes in the thousands, in a country where hundreds are currently with kidnappers, some of them facing beheadings. But our politicians are sharing cars. And on a continent where our citizens are being persecuted, in West Africa, and in South Africa, but they are sharing cars. This is the reason why the people dislike this government. And it's almost as if the Nigerian people have been subject to worse and worse situation, that soon it will be unbearable. And the tragedy has now also moved to the southwest, where people are also being kidnapped. Children are with kidnappers as we speak. And this is what they are doing, politicking and doing everything to stay up to 2030. You know, I remember there was a movie where one of the villains said, "To what end?" Because you want to be in office. What is this thing people obsess so much about? This life. This life itself. What is it? I don't know. I look at the world sometimes and I wonder, what is it that makes people so obsessive? That even life, one of the most sacred things, that one of the most mysterious things that they can never imagine, they don't value it. All they care about is playing games, dancing around, and acting as if they have accomplished something. But it is what it is. This is what we do. We dance this dance, and we all dance away. And tomorrow we die, we get buried, and that's it. The end of the day, they will come and mourn our loss, and the life continues. This is what we do. So I'm going to play a video about this thing regarding Kemi Badenoch, what is going on in the UK. I will come back to Nigeria, but some of the stuff going on in the UK, let me just play the video of the response of Kemi Badenoch. Oh, the video is having issues playing. No, hold on. Let me just take this video out and get another one in. That one goes out, and then let me just get this video to be played. Yeah, so that's it there. All right. So this is what we are dealing with in the UK now.
Circumstances surrounding the death of British university student Henry Novak has sparked heated debate around policing, race and knife crime. The UK's opposition leader, Kemi Badenoch, has written to Prime Minister Keir Starmer calling for a rapid review into the death of the 18-year-old. Alex Rogers has more.
I think she's trying to calm the temperature somewhat and stem some of the anger and the violence that we've seen, especially in Southampton this week. She wants this review to be quick, and she wants it to restore faith and confidence in the police. She knows that the separate investigation by the IOPC police watchdog is going to take some time, so she clearly feels that she needs to act now. And I think with this letter, she is striking a different tone to other politicians. We know that Nigel Farage has said he thought the reaction of the British public should be one of pure cold rage, and he's been criticised for that. In the Commons earlier this week, he was even heckled and accused of incitement. Now he denies that, and those in Reform say that he's not fomenting anger, that it's simply there, and the response to the harrowing footage that we've seen. And the anger almost also extends across the Atlantic to J.D. Vance, the Vice President, who also made a pretty extraordinary intervention just yesterday. He was saying that the public's response should be one of righteous anger. He made accusations of two-tier policing. That's something we hear from Reform as well, and even spoke of civilisational decline. Number 10 hit back at that yesterday. They were pretty angry. They hit back at those trying to interfere in our democracy and seeking to stir up division on our streets. They said politicians should respect wishes of the Novak family and not use his death to create further division. So I think what we can see over the next few days is politicians trying to most politicians trying to calm the temperature and uniting around the need to secure more answers for Henry and his family.
So yeah, that's Kemi Badenoch putting more pressure on the UK government regarding the stabbing of a white young man by a Sikh individual that claimed, maliciously, that the young man was being racist towards him. And which is a very terrible thing to do, because there are a lot of people that are being subject to racist, attacks and all kinds of negative stuff out there. And to use that as an excuse to murder an innocent man, no matter what he has done to you, or a young man, no matter what he has done to you, it's very, very disturbing. But that said, I wanted to comment on Kemi Badenoch. You see, the first time Kemi Badenoch came on the scene, we all had reasons to condemn him because she was saying some nasty stuff about Nigeria. She kept bringing Nigeria up and trying to even divide Nigeria. And funny enough, even during that time when I didn't like what she was saying and all those things that she was doing, even till now, I'm not even sure. I don't like half of the things she says now. She's very, very wrong in the way she thinks now, in many ways. However, there was something I saw in her that I felt like that lady is an original. And I felt like that lady is not going anywhere anytime soon, for some reason. And the reason why I believe that is because she doesn't cut out to people's opinions. She really doesn't. She holds her own ground and comes up. You can hear that when she talks, she's talking often originally, apart from when she talks about Zionism and all the rest of it. But when she's talking about principles, she's talking from her own core, at least as close to the core as possible, compared to other politicians. And that's how she comes across. And because of that, I felt she's going to have she's going to be lasting in the British political space. Even when some people say, oh, she just knew, and the moment there's going to be a May election, she'll be thrown out. I didn't subscribe to that. She's one of those ladies that may just endure. And because you can see that now when elections occur, instead of her to be under pressure, the others are under pressure, not her. And even if a party just lost power, normally when a party loses power in the UK and there's an election and your party does poorly, the party will rebel against you and kick the opposition leader out and put some other leader in place. I think Kemi Badenoch has survived 2 to 3 of them already. So that tells you, it's not like it's not like she's very popular in the polls. It's not like she's tremendously popular. But there is something about her approach to politics that seems more credible than anybody else that is out there at the moment. She's even more credible than the current prime minister in terms of her approach to politics, the way she talks about issues and everything. Even if I don't believe in her politics, especially the Zionist angle, and even the way she treats migrants. But you can understand that there are certain positions people hold that you will understand that even if it's not in your own interest, you will understand why they are fighting for their own people. So that is that on Kemi Badenoch. So now I'm going to return back to Nigeria because regarding some of the incidents that has occurred in the southwest of Nigeria. Let me see if I can pull that video up now. So let me pull that up now. Oh, first things first, I have to make space for that because I played quite a few videos. I have to make some space for new ones to come in and grace the studio. So let me get the video now. I can't believe I played so many videos already. Let's see. Where's the video? It should be here now. Okay, that's it there.
For more than 2 weeks, Aduke Balogun has prayed for her daughter's safe return. Reliving the events of May 15th, she says it was mid-morning when she saw a masked man walking towards the school. Gunfire erupted soon after, and in the chaos, 8-year-old Kosarat was seized and spirited into the bush in southwest Nigeria's Oyo state. She was one of more than 30 students and a teacher kidnapped that day.
Please, please, I am begging the government. We want our children back, alive.
The day Balogun's daughter was taken, there were simultaneous attacks on 2 other schools nearby. At the LA primary school, 3 miles away, one teacher was shot dead as he tried to escape through a classroom window, said Lamidi Wahid, a teacher in the school.
If the government do not take action on that area pertaining to the security, I don't think that I can particularly say that nobody will be willing to live in that area again.
The kidnappings have jolted a region long seen as relatively safe compared to more unstable regions further north, and fueled fears that kidnapping for ransom gangs are expanding their operations far beyond traditional hotspots. Oyalinka Ayanlade, the police spokesperson for Oyo State, said authorities hope to resolve the kidnappings peacefully.
There's communication, and the communication is progressing. But I will tell you that we are not sparing any effort.
Widespread kidnappings and the ever-expanding presence of armed groups across the country are likely to be key issues in the run-up to Nigeria's next national elections in January. No group has claimed responsibility for the Oyo attacks, but the military has blamed Boko Haram Islamist militants, which usually operate in the northeast. Balogun cannot bear to watch the videos of abducted children that are circulating. She says, "All I want is my daughter."
Yeah, that was the lady that has, her daughter has been kidnapped and still with the bandits at the moment. Sometimes I feel like some of these people that went to the southwest the way they did, you see, this thing gets worse towards an election. So it makes one wonder whether there is some politicking going on here, trying to influence the government that is in office one way or the other. Because if the Southwest is subject to attacks, then even his support base may actually feel like he's not performing. You see what I mean? Because that's his support base. And I think you can argue that maybe that is not always a bad thing, that may force him, because sometimes there's always a silver lining. That may force the president to do what needs to be done to secure the country. Like Lamido, his national security advisor, went to the state to say that they are going to recruit 1,000, at least, the term was at least 1,000 security or forest guards to help secure the area. So, and I hope they do that, and I hope they live to it. Somebody say this thing, but they don't do it. If they start doing that in every state, these terrorist incidents will come down, because now if they did that in every state, you will have 36, is it 36 states? So you have about 36 states or so, with a significantly increased amount of security, which is 36,000. So that is something. That is people, not people, chaperoning VIPs and all that. That's people looking out for people that want to attack. That is not nothing. So I hope they take that measure in all the states, and they do more nationally in terms of the Nigerian military, intelligence, and all the various arms of security. Let's see. Let's go to the next one. I think there is this news going around that Iran may have acquired some serious weapons, nuclear weapons. But I think before I go there, let me play this video of, I don't think it's necessary. I wanted to play a video about President Tinubu, wife, saying that Nigerians' wealth belongs to all. I found that very interesting that she was saying all. Let me play it so that others can hear it again, just to be sure. Oh no, this one is, they caught some random three individuals in Lagos, because of the febrile atmosphere regarding insecurity. They caught some of them and be subject to, suspicion. I think Dr. Damages played one video too of something similar happening in other areas of the Southwest. So there's a lot of tension out there right now. And the country, we have to be very careful. Some of them, I really kind of fear for some Fulanis out there, because this is why you don't let your people's name be used. This is why you don't let your people be used so badly. Don't do that, because when the consequences come, all of you will face the consequences. So, and I can understand sometimes, when some people say why northern leaders don't condemn some of all the terrorist groups. I think it's not that easy when the terrorist groups are operating around you. It's not very easy because if you look at the southeast, when all the Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel Ekpa, were at their peak, the southeastern leaders found it difficult to condemn them publicly because they could be subject to attacks. And I'm sure similar situation occurred in the South too when the South was agitating too. That said, we all know the levels of agitation is different. The one in the north going on right now is extremely, extremely problematic and it's on a different scale. This is multi-state attacks, maybe almost nationally. It's just some states that have not been touched by it. So this is different, and this is highly destabilizing, and it is just there to ensure that Nigeria doesn't function. And our leaders they are enabling it by not doing much about it. Sure, they are not doing anything about it. It's just they are doing next to nothing about it. They are moving the furniture around, pretending as if they are doing something. But not much is changing because they know what the solution is, but they are not doing it. So now I'll go on to discuss some of the issues that I've seen in the past week. And let me just share the video first about the Iranian war. The Iranian war has been for tit for tat right now with the Americans. Americans will be like, I'm going to bomb you here. They're going to be like, no, we will bomb you back. But the ceasefire is still on. They keep bombing each other and still insisting that the ceasefire is on. I don't know what the point of ceasefire is, but it looks like they're just sizing each other up, buying time until one side blinks. And as it stands right now, I don't see any side blinking. Iran is not going to blink anytime soon because they feel like they are stronger than ever. And America is not going to blink anytime soon because they feel like if they buy time, they'll find a solution to Iran. So there you go. And they can't afford to blink because if you blink, it's not only Iran that has just beaten you. You're going to have other nations start thinking maybe they can start having ideas too. Maybe even Africa, maybe even Nigeria. Tinubu will start having ideas. Who knows? You know that how Trump said, he accused Nigeria of Christian genocide, threw a rocket in Nigeria on Christmas Day. Tinubu welcomed American soldiers into Nigeria. They said they killed some terrorists in Nigeria. The terrorists killed Nigerians. This is the name of the game. And Tinubu basically said, hey, why do you have to threaten to bomb us? You don't have to bomb us. Come on in. You're welcome. As if you don't know that we've been serving you forever. We've been serving you. What's the need to bomb us again? So the truth is that Tinubu has always been on their side. Tinubu has never been anti-West. As a matter of fact, from the days of Nadeko, he's always been on their side. So I don't see why some people even had the idea that Trump will want to attack Tinubu government. I don't think he would. And also, when I also suggested that Trump or the American state might decide that they prefer Nigeria to have a Christian leader, don't think that is not possible. They could decide that they want that. And for whatever reason, I'm not sure why they want it, because they are just fine with Saudi kings and all the rest, the Gulf state having whatever they have. But they could, these neocons and these American government, the direction they travel sometimes is not very apparent. It's not very apparent. And if, let's say, Israelis wanted Obi to become president and they go and influence Trump to do it, Trump could, notch the lever in one direction. After all, they claim to have a lot of files on the current president. So people are thinking that is completely impossible, that Trump will never do that. We don't know. You can't be 100% certain that he can never do that. But it's quite remote that he will do that, because I think Trump, anybody that can do business with him is fine with it. He doesn't care who sits on the throne. So that is that anyway on that Trump issue. But let me play this video regarding suspicion that Iran may have acquired nuclear weapons. And this may be why Iran is so emboldened these days to attack American interests. The moment America just flinches one, America just blinks at them twice, they blink back very quickly. Things are getting very, very hairy. Let me play the video.
They very well may have one. They may very well more than one, because I think both Ted Postle's made the point, and I think John Mearsheimer made the same point on your show yesterday,
right?
That if they're going to do it, they better have more than one, because if you got multiples, then that changes Israel's entire calculation.
We told you on Monday that Iran, most likely credible reports that Iran has nukes. So here's one of the guys who reported it. His name is Pepe Escobar, but Pepe, really? He looks like he could use some rest. Am I right? Come on. Come on.
Pepe's been working all night on this story.
So here's what he said today on Judge Napolitano's show about his reporting and how we found this out.
Sure. I asked our Pakistani connection to, can you grill this guy again and again and again? And at the end...
So he's talking to his source, this Pakistani guy. He said, can you grill the guy who's saying that Iran has a nuke? Can you grill him?
We got a definitive answer. Look, if I didn't want you to break the story, I wouldn't never have given it to you. And this is what our sources reveal to us. And this is the bombshell in itself. Pezeshkian to Sharif over the phone directly, he delivered a very well-structured three-step sort of ultimatum that he said to Sharif should be communicated.
So this was the president of Iran telling the Pakistani guy, we have 3 ultimatums to get, if you want us to get rid of our nuclear capability. This is our threat. So here's what they are.
To the White House immediately. Number one, which is something that the Iranians have been insisting on for the past few weeks. No nuclear talks. That's it.
None.
Unless we go to stage number 1, end of all wars. Stage number 2, we start discussing Strait of Hormuz. Then we have nuclear talks. Point number 2, no more prospective nuclear treaty framework. These were the words that our source
meaning nothing like the JCPOA?
Exactly. Not even getting towards a JCPOA, which, considering the circumstances, the best the Trump administration...
Now, the JCPOA was the nuclear deal that Obama struck with Iran, that they would agree to not enrich to nuclear grade for a bomb, and that they would agree to be monitored by the International Atomic Agency. So that's the JPCOA, and now they're saying we're not even going to do that. You're not even going to get that deal that we had because Trump ripped it up. Trump ripped it up, and then they attacked them.
And then Netanyahu made him eat it.
Yeah.
Administration can get now is a sort of diluted JCPOA, and the Iranians are saying no, not even that, because first you need to go to stage 1 and 2, end of all wars, and then we start discussing Hormuz. Without that, we discuss nothing. And then the number 3, which is at the heart of what we revealed on Monday. And of course, there's a lot of controversy, more than expected everywhere. Pezeshkian said, if American threats persist, we can go for the detonation of a nuclear device on Iranian soil without specifying. Is this a bomb that Iran already has? Is this a bomb that only Iran developed? Is this a bomb that they could count on Russian input to develop? Or it was delivered, ready-made, let's put it this way, by Pakistan or by North Korea?
So what he's saying there is that Iran says, so we're not even going to talk about the nuclear program until you stop doing war on us. And then B, we have to come to a negotiated deal about the Strait of Hormuz. And now he's saying number 3, we're gonna explode a bomb in Iran to let you know we have it. Right? That's how I'm reading this. Okay, and where did we get it from? Did we make it ourselves? Did we get it from Russia? Who helped us with this? So that's what he's saying.
Nothing. The source did not elaborate on that. He was elaborating on what Pezeshkian actually told Sharif. So this detonation would happen, in the words of Pezeshkian, translated by our source, executed not as an act of war, but as an irreversible sovereign demonstration of capability to control escalation dominance.
So what they're saying is, yeah, we're gonna let you know we have this nuclear. By the way, that's how great the war is going. Now Iran has a nuke. So
good job, and we're gonna just get I think we're almost out of gas too, so that should hit just as we find out they have a nuke.
We're depleted all of our oil reserves, so gas is about to spike again in price. We're out of it, right? Within the next couple of weeks, so gas prices are going to spike even higher.
I hope I can fill my tank with the sweet words of Dave Rubin.
So they also didn't get regime change.
Oh,
they lost control of the Strait of Hormuz, and now Iran has a nuke.
Okay,
so this has been what you want to know how well the war is going. That's how well it's going.
As well as everything else you're saying. Yeah.
And so what Iran is saying. So that Iran was telling this. That's the president present.
Yeah, let me pause this one. I think this one, a lot of people are suspecting Iran may have gone nuclear already. Personally, I can't be 100% certain because I don't even think they need it. Yeah, the guys are unbeatable as the way it is right now. America will need 300, 400,000 soldiers to defeat Iran in that country. So they are almost unbeatable right now. Especially they are motivated too. So let me play this one regarding what is happening in Burkina Faso, because that is quite fascinating. That Traore is facing some kind of backlash. All right, let me play that.
Protesting for the release of Imam Kindo were arrested, put in military uniforms, and are trained and added to the military bloc to also fight jihadists. How crazy would that be? If this news is true, ladies and gentlemen, that would be one of the most pivotal leadership move I would have ever seen a leader do in Africa. Perhaps the people have forgotten why there is some peace in that country. Perhaps the Burkinabe people are not aware of how many Burkinabe soldiers are dying at the hand of jihadists so that they can have the peace they have. Putting them at the forefront will instantly remind them of what's most important right this moment. Listen, folks, Burkina Faso has bigger fishes to fry. Distractions shouldn't be encouraged. People need to calm down and allow for leadership to lead. You have the kind of leadership that's willing to sacrifice everything for the future prosperity of your country. What are you trying to do now? This should mean a lot to you. Pray in your homes if it's possible, in the mosque, and wherever it's designated for you to pray, and let there be peace. He's not stopping you from praying. Remember, he himself is a Muslim who prays. He's only asking you to not be distracting the traffic and the flow of people. And I hope this message finds someone in time before this chaos continues to go on, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Tatum Guy. I've forgotten his name. Thank you all for joining me too. I think I've covered quite a lot of ground. If I cover too much, I'll be covering the entire world, and it will be too much information. There's something like too much information in this situation. Hey, welcome, AY. Today you are very, very well behaved in the previous session. You were not causing any trouble, being very nice.
No, I never cause trouble. I'm always nice.
On Friday you won't let it go, man.
No, sometimes you have to choke people, You Sata people, you know how to bully. Like Masca now, he's a perfect gentleman. Me, I'm a gentleman, but I'm not a perfect gentleman. Masca is a perfect gentleman. So me, if you bring heat, I give you heat sometime, If you want we're cool, man. We're cool. That's
there's a rumor going out there that I have been totally humiliated. I have been totally humiliated by Enigma. What was that? On the other channel, that somebody humiliated me like crazy. I was like, you know what? I was beginning to think that maybe I missed something. So I went and watched the video again. I was like, is that it?
No, I think they are just saying. People are
I was like, is that it? It's like, I don't know. I don't know why people are like the way they are, because I was just being fair. I criticized P2B, and you know how long I spent criticizing P2B on
I
this
know
statement.
that. Me.
And they came after me nonetheless. It's like, what do you want me to say?
See, let me tell you, Nigeria, they want you to get, so they are divided across whatever line they are divided. They want you to be one of them. If you are not with us, you are against us. This is the way they think. That's why, for example, like Coletta has been calling me out. He said I'm an obedient. I'll be telling you, I say I'm not an obedient. Actually, I'm not an obedient. I can't be an obedient. It's not even a issue of obedient or Tinubu or whoever. My interest is just my country. Sincerely, I don't really care about this politician. I'm on. If you know me, if I'm supporting somebody, I will tell you, this is the person I'm supporting. This is what I believe. I don't do that two-face. If I start on something, I will tell you. If I want to support Tinubu, I'll support Tinubu apologetically. But I don't have reason to support him right now. Like, things are so bad. You got to call them out. It's the loyalty to our country. That's what we don't have. This is the problem we are all facing. So they expect you to attach to something. If you go through the channel, that's what I was watching now. I even saw Mr. Tony there. I don't know why he doesn't call me anymore.
I think he thinks that I'm attacking him too much. That's why
people are like, how do you want to change the country? So the fear now, that's why this election, I'm not even supporting anybody. I'm telling you the plain truth. I was thinking at the point I was thinking Atiku will give ticket to Rotimi Amechi. I probably would have supported Rotimi Amechi. But right now, I'm not supporting any candidate because I feel even the opposition, like, you are looking at on Nigeria, you want to govern how many tribes? You don't understand the complexity of the situation. You don't understand. You are not speaking like a leader. It's all about me, my people. Then your supporters, they are also divided. What should I expect from you if you ever win the election now? The people supporting you, they will not let me say anything. I want to be free. The last politician I supported the first election was Buhari. That was a big mistake. I thought Buhari would do a lot. But right now, no. If Tinubu can be defeated, which I don't see them doing because of the way they are the opposition are divided, I want to be able to complain about any president, speak my mind. That's where I really get confused why we are taking it like that.
Let me ask you, do you think that, because when I look at American politics till today, I feel like they are still recovering, or there's still a kind of blowback from having Obama as president for 8 years, that the other side is reacting till now. If you look at the deal with Iran, it's actually still it's like Obama image is looming over it. Like anything about Trump is negotiating is compared with Obama now. It's like, so you can see what I see, that the reason why I'm mentioning that is because in Nigeria, sometimes some of all these people, I was telling in that conversation I was having, I was telling this Southwestern, I was like, some of these things people are doing now, that you are not concerned about your behavior. Tomorrow there will be blowback.
Yeah,
there will be blowback. Yeah, because tomorrow a South Sudan might become president, and they will do things that even me, as a normal person, will still say this is bad, but it will still be a consequence of some of the things people have done now, you like it or not. Because they too will feel like, okay, it's our turn, let's show the other side too, and that doesn't help the country. So, but do you think that could occur in Nigeria?
Definitely now. It's even happening right now. There were some Northerners that supported Buhari blindly, even when things were going bad. They feel like, I remember an incident, right? This guy, he's from the North. He grew up in my place. From childhood. The way I used to support Buhari, There was spy start me when the government was so bad. Then I started criticizing him. You know, one day he sent a message, like you saw my comment was, yeah, you people Satana, you don't like the North. I'm like, what is this guy talking about? So somebody like Masker, he told me he never supported Buhari because he knows they want that there's something wrong. But me, I could not even see it. So
it's hard to blame anybody for supporting Buhari.
Sincerely, I will tell you this.
How can you say? Sorry, AY. How can you say that it's hard not to?
Yeah, because all we remember is when he was in office the first time with Idiagbo. And he did try with the war against the discipline to straighten the country up.
Forefather, let me tell you this. There are good Nigerians. I know a man, Sanedalima is late now. During that period, Buhari was courtesy. He's from Sokoto, experienced, well-learned. This is a man, he's a family friend. We used to sit together. He worked in custom, was big in custom. When I was canvassing for Buhari, even as a younger boy, he told me, he said, no, he said, Buhari cannot rule this country. All the things he said to me, he said, Northerner. Then that period, it was very close. Master, you know Yaya Ahmed now. It was very close to Yaya Ahmed. Then I began to think, I said, is it that he doesn't like Buhari? Wallahi, everything he said, I saw it. Everything that man said was not alive again. I wanted to call him like, Baba, all the stuff you said to me, he actually said all those stuff. They were very sweet. Why I'm telling you, even till today, you talk to people across the country. There are Northerners that were really against Buhari, actually. It was not even about sentiment, religion, or tribe. They tell you, no, this man is a failure. You see, even in the South, there are people that are open, you know, they don't really care where the person is coming from.
Even fathers, you know Yaya Ahmed now. He was actually Minister of Defense.
Yeah.
He was the head of
that guy was.
Yeah, he was very close to him. So I want us to get to that, because if we don't do that, we will never see that leader. Because what we are doing now, this candidate is from my zone, this candidate is from here. Oh yeah, we like him. Yeah, it's not gonna help us.
But hold on. Let me add this too. But Buhari is not. This is just the first level of conversation. We're just warming up. So Buhari is not like he doesn't have a chaguri, does he? Does he have people that he likes to favor in his government? That he doesn't seem to be that kind of corrupt leader.
Let me tell you one mistake we are making. You see, Goodluck Jonathan is a good man. Buhari is a good man, but they are not good leaders. Period. So it doesn't mean if somebody is a good man, he will make a good leader. No. I personally believe Buhari is not corrupt. I personally believe Goodluck was not corrupt. But the people around there were doing the corruption. They were highly corrupt. So for Buhari, because of his experience, for him to protect himself, he looked away. So it was more like, for him, it was more like, let me just finish my tenure and leave here. Just give me peace. So people were doing that. Don't forget, he was also old. So he does not even have the energy, the time to be running around, to be looking at all the books. That is why we actually need a younger person. Because if you really want,
but they said he was doing that though. They said he was doing what you were saying. He was very looking at the list of ministers and everything.
What you need to understand, what all of you, both AY and you forefathers, what you need to understand. If you step back, there is a recurring decimal. Start from Shagari. If you look at Nigeria very intently, you always see that the cabal, in quote, the people that really kill this country, they always go to some level-headed people and put them in power. During Shagari's regime, you will find out that there is this guy, Umar Diko. He's the one who wrecked the whole place. That's the same guy that Buhari then went to kidnap from the UK. If you come to Jonathan Goodluck, you hear one Desiani Allison.
Desiani. They are always there.
If you come to Buhari, you would hear somebody like Issa Funtua. So it's a recurring decimal. Maybe not with this regime, and maybe not with Obasanjo. These are the only two exceptions. But if
This
you look
regime,
at
the master himself is in power.
Always have people as leaders.
The master himself is in power by himself.
You know why I'm laughing? Because that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, yeah, that appears like easy big guy. Easy was signing on Chaguri and all the
What they
Chaguri.
tend to do, with respect to all these past leaders, they tend to look for, and this is what normally happens in Nigerian politics. Look at what's happening now in Rivers State. Everybody would want to put somebody he can control in power. It's all over the place. But the challenge with us, we that are supposed to know better, we are always too close to the scene. We need to always step back and look at what is really happening. And one of the reasons why personally I didn't like Buhari, not that I didn't like Buhari, I keep telling my people that you guys are putting too much faith in this man. And I was old enough during his first regime. At least I finished secondary school by the time they announced that they are cool. I can still remember the day I was washing my clothes inside the bucket by the tap. I can clearly remember. And I know all the things that they did. Even at that tender age, I could see that this is not leadership. Because take, for instance, one of the first key things, especially as a northerner, when you say you want to change currency of the country, and especially, like I said, as a northerner, almost every northern person that time has no account in the bank. At least I know when did we want to buy like a jam form, your mother will have to think for like 3 days, or your father think for like 3 days, who is the uncle that has an account? They have to go sleep for like 2 days in the house so that when the man come back at an appointed good time, they can beg him that, please, my son want to write jam. The bank, they say we should get a bank draft. We will put the money, we'll put the cash in your account, but we need you to help us get the bank draft. That's how complicated banking was then in the North. For a leader at that level to just wake up one day and say, oh, you're changing the currency. Like my grandmother, all the money she had, every single couple, we had to go and throw it away. So we queued up for all the while. We couldn't change the money in the bank. Is that leadership? How would I look tomorrow? Somebody like that say wants to go to that position again. People say that North is the capital of poverty. I tell people, I know when this poverty started. I know the person that pauperized almost everybody. Even though they say you can't talk ill of an old man or a dead person. But the truth is that you do the analysis, you will see it. You can't do something like that. And half of the people that were vehemently supporting him, and it's a black man thing, half of the people that come to this platform, when they come, they talk. Really, it's not analytical talk. There's some anger. They are angry with somebody, and whatever they are doing is driven by that anger against that person. Okay, granted, the poor man in Nigeria should be angry about the rich man. But the day you want to elect your leader, don't think we are going to select the person that you think will just show the rich man pepper. You have to think of, okay, this man, me as a poor man, what will he do to improve my life? If he is going to show pepper to the rich man, that's an added bonus. But we should worry about our own faith first, not to say, oh, half of the time I hear, oh, this thing, this one, because everybody is looking to hurt each other. And if you analyze Buhari, honestly, even the war against indiscipline, I know what he was doing. In this country at that time, people were so poor that you go and borrow money to buy one ram or one goat and be rearing that goat so that you can make ends meet. And these are the same thing that Buhari them were coming to park people on the street. They will park these goats. Where people selling tomato by the roadside, these are the people you are parking, accentuating the poverty in the place in the name of discipline. You don't start, see, look, everybody, I keep saying, everybody wants the good things of life. Everybody wants the good things of life. If you make available all these good things, people will be very disciplined, sincerely speaking. But anyway, it's not my turn. So, but I'm just saying that the issue with Nigeria, we have somebody like Shehu Shagari, Buhari, Jonathan. These are gentlemen as individuals. And I may not like Buhari as a president, but I respect him. And I tell people, you can't show me any Nigerian that come close to Buhari as credibility. This man was governor, big state. This one was minister for petroleum. He has been president 2 times, head of this country 2 times. Till today, nobody has come and even say, oh, this is what the money we found in his account. Or this
That's quite interesting.
Yeah, they're PTDF too now. PTF.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I hear what you are saying though, like what you said about what happened to him, what he did to your family, and maybe many people across the country.
No, don't put it like that. When you put it like that, people would think that I have a personal grudge against him. No, it's not like that.
No, yeah, okay, it's a fair point.
Yeah, don't say what he did to my family. He didn't do anything. It's not.
No, that's okay, fine. I think your point. I was trying to say what he did to the country, like some of his policies led to negative consequences.
Bank accounts.
Yes, and in a way, he did it again. He did it again before he left office. He did it again. So, but the point you made there, does that mean necessarily make him a bad leader? Because generally, when you see these leaders that make sweeping changes, there are a lot of negative things that occur.
No. So
in the bigger picture, the nation gains from it.
Forefathers, you see, leadership, sincerely speaking, it's not about taking action. Actually, yes.
What is it about?
Okay, it's about your ability to know what you're doing. Yeah, because when you're leading, it's not, people don't understand it. Forefathers, if you are a leader of a troop and you lead your troop into an ambush, are you the only person that will die?
No.
Exactly. So it's not about running all over the place, running into ambush.
No, I agree with that point.
I think I would say knowing what you are doing and taking action.
Exactly. The two of them go together.
You
can't walk around like a mad person. You have to know what you are doing first, but you have to take action too.
Honestly, leadership and quick action, they don't go together.
Actually, they should. They do.
They do. Not quick action.
Okay, so why are we criticizing Tinubu that day one, before you even sit on the chair, you say you've lifted, what do you call it? What is the name of subsidy?
No, the quick action. You see, let's say what he did, he took the money, used that to secure the country. It's because it appears to have the money just fizzled out. You see what I mean? I understand that sometimes when you want to, fix a country, you can take actions that will affect people negatively. That is the truth.
Honestly speaking, you cannot see. You have to, as a leader, if you are going to move your people out of, see, all our leaders, I'm telling you, this is the problem with the black leader. When I look at the history of all our leaders, it's all this running around doing things off the cuff. If you
are you sure?
Yes.
Does it not depend on what they do? Does it not depend on what they actually do? Like, if you do something that results in negative consequences only, is that not the problem versus something when somebody does something that it results in outcome that is actually for the greater good? Because many leaders I know do bad things.
And I've been in leadership position in my small way. And I've seen the difference when you quickly do something versus when you sit down. And when I say think through, it doesn't mean that you are a slow leader. It's just that before you do it, you weigh your options. And it's going to be the same time. It's just that one just quickly does it without thinking. The other one thinks through. And sometimes say, okay, no, I'm not going to do this thing today. It's tomorrow I will do it because I don't have all the facts. I don't have all the data. I need to look at it.
Okay.
Look at these things. It doesn't take that long.
We basically say the same thing now. You see, I'll give you an example. Like here is what Masca is saying, right? Let's say the issue of subsidy. A lot of people agree, yeah, it's a good thing, but as government, you're supposed to understand the consequences, the negative effect it's going to cause on the people. You have to have a plan. Okay, how do I want to go about it? You know, how can I reduce the effect on the people? So you need to really understand what you are doing. You know what is coming when you remove subsidy. You know how you want to like mitigate the problem, you know, or solve the problem. So you know where you're going. Everything is very clear to you. That I actually said it at that time. Even if not you, you have people that have the knowledge to study, to look at it, you know, if it's something that is gonna in the long run, like how is it gonna affect my people? You know, that's one phase you're gonna look at it. I was even looking at it in the sense that, okay, if the problem is that the oil marketers, they are taking the subsidy money away, they are taking the gas away, can you reroute it, look for another way to resolve that problem? If not, remove the subsidy, but have a plan. Have a clear plan what you want to do. Then probably this problem, you know,
let me even tell you AY. If this regime, if this guy was the kind of leader that I aspire to see, the first thing he would have noted, the two critical decisions he took. There was a major event that rather than go to that announcement, you go to the event. What was the event? This Dangote's refinery. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is what I would do. All these things he said. In fact, a month before that his announcement, I was on NTA. They called it Sunrise. This is exactly what I supported. But I made if I were the president, I made it very clear the steps I would take. The first thing is that this Dangote refinery is going to come on. So whatever you do around petroleum, it's like you want to fumigate your house, which is a good thing. But you have an adjacent house that you are just about completing. Honestly, doesn't it make sense to hold on the fumigation, finish that house and quickly move there and fumigate this old house? This is leadership thinking. If we allow this Dangote refinery, or if it's going to take like another 1 year, as a regime, push it to happen in the next 6 months.
Exactly.
Once it's up and running, one of the things is that if it's up and running, this issue of subsidy is a gone matter, because what is subsidy?
Exactly.
Is the fact that we are importing this thing and there's a price differential. If the whole thing is locally produced, this issue of subsidy will almost be a mitigated issue. And as a leader, you should know that when you make a statement, look at Trump now. You see, people don't understand why Trump is always saying, oh, this thing will end tomorrow. You know why he's saying that? Do you know why?
No.
Okay. Because as a leader, any statement you make, just to make the statement, if you say this Iran war will do it for 10 years, what do you think will happen to the market?
They will wait until 10 years before they start panicking.
This war will end tomorrow. Strait of Hormuz will open soon. People will go about doing their business, believing that this is a temporary issue.
That's true.
As a leader, if you say subsidy is gone, the people who have fuel will not sell because they want to see what is going to happen. But our leaders,
I think I hear what you are saying regarding that. I think what you are saying makes sense in an organized way. And there was another part I wanted to agree with you to an extent when you said about you have to think about things upfront. And to be fair, most of the revolutionary leaders that come into office, they are not acting off the cuff. They already have an agenda that they're coming with.
Yes.
They've already thought about it for years.
You cannot come to leadership when you don't have a vision. What are you doing there? What is it?
And it could be, let's give it to Tinubu that he came into office like this. He came knowing that he's going to do this. Even if he's thought about it, he said in his own head, for whatever reason, he's chosen this path, not because he was bouncy to it or he just rushed to do it. He chose that path, to take that path, to do it the way he did it. And personally, the only reason why I hold it against him is the outcome. Because to me, outcome matters a lot. If, let's say he did it, like I said, he used the money, recruit, secure the country, no terrorist attacks, no this. I'll be here doing and dancing and praising him. I don't care. Yes, I may have lost some money. I do business in Nigeria too, so it affects me too. So I wouldn't. For me, outcomes matter. When you do things, if the outcome is not good, put your head on the block, face the consequences. But if the outcome is good, then everybody can praise you. You know, let me bring Jago in. This one that is looking at me with one hand over his mouth, and I'm worried. Jago, how are you? Thank you for joining us.
Before you bring,
I'm well. I'm waiting for my own opportunity to make you people there.
Sorry, Jagun, 30 seconds. Before you bring Jagun, what the most important point that I made is not about Buhari or anything. I'm just simply putting on the table that if we step back and look at all our leaders in the political dispensation, all of them, some other people with vested interests for some purpose, all our leaders, take Shagari, people brought him in, like I said, people like Umar Duko, they let him hold the head of the cow when they were there milking the cow. Even the OBJ we're talking about, it is people like IBB that brought him into the position. Is it Goodluck Jonathan? Are you telling me Goodluck Jonathan decided to contest? People gather around and push him there. The same thing with Yaradua. The same thing with Buhari. People went and convinced him that come and contest. This is part of the problem. So we need to also step back. As these leaders are not, we need to step back and look at even the dynamics. How is the process of the people stepping forward? That's the point I'm trying to make. Almost all these people I mentioned, like 5 people, none of them sat and say, oh, this is the vision I have for the country. This is what I wanted to go and do. There are only people. Somebody will go and tell them, okay, look, I think you have a good chance of winning. The same thing they are doing to Goodluck now. They will still want to bring him up and pop him up so that they will do the milking again. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Jago, thank you for coming in and joining us today. So what do you make of some of the early conversation we've been having so far?
I don't know if you really understand me. The whole question about Nigerian politics, to me, it's all useless. I find it difficult to engage. I can do, but I think it's all waste. For me, Nigeria basically has wasted a good 40 years just on idiotic politics and playing with people's lives. Nigeria, all the people that you've spoken about, I can't tell you what any of them did, what any of them achieved. You know, there has been achievements in Nigeria, but they've been largely on a minuscule basis or an individual basis. Let me see if I can try to expand upon the politics. I find, as difficult as Nigeria is, I still find that the business people in Nigeria are doing a lot more than the politicians. You know, just like one man in Dangote, one individual has done more than the whole cabinet of the Nigerian politics. He's done much more that we can really discuss and really see that, wow, look, if what he's doing in East Africa now compared to what he's done in Nigeria, compounded with what he's done in Nigeria, added to what he's doing in Southern Africa. I mean, the moves that guy is making as an individual is serious. Nigeria is the 3rd largest country as far as the export of cocoa. And what you'll see, whilst Nigeria is the 3rd largest, it's the number 1 in actually developing correct packaging and branding of chocolate. There's one chocolate called the Injifi, I think. It costs £10, and it's flying off the international markets in terms of where it's selling in the supermarkets, where you would buy a bar of chocolate for for £2.50 to £3. They are selling theirs at £10, and it has a lot more natural cocoa. It is completely developed in Nigeria, and it's been exported all over the world. These are kinds of developments that we have no idea about. We don't even. It doesn't even.
When was this development made? Does this chocolate? When did it start producing?
They've been trying to produce it, but it's this year that it's out in the shops in the States right now, and it would be coming into Europe pretty soon.
£10. That's quite steep, but it has to be very good.
It is quite steep. It is quite steep. But the thing is, if you buy chocolates in this country or in the West, that there's hardly any actual cocoa inside it. It's made of all kinds of rubbish. It's just rubbish. You see, Nigerian politics hasn't got anything to write home about. If Nigeria joined the AES countries, I would be interested. But whilst it hasn't, because politics is deep, and if you're not with your neighbors creating real structures right across the board that benefit the people, I don't know what we're talking about when it comes to politics. What are we talking about? Buhari, for God's sake, wasted 8 years. What's there to talk about him? Rubbish. Tinubu.
Can I ask you a question? Because I think I've been meaning to bring this question up to someone on this platform. You mentioned trade just now. And I gather that in Nigeria, there's a lot of information coming out that, there's a lot of trade going on. Nigeria is doing a lot of trade. Of course, in terms of the numbers, I know Dangote is a domineering one, but let's set Dangote aside other sectors like agriculture and all those areas. Because Nigeria's this currency has depreciated threefold. Now, the Nigerian to get the same amount the same money they used to get, say, 4 years ago for a certain amount of product. Now they have to sell 3 times that product to get the same amount. If that is the case, what is the argument for that scenario? Because I'm struggling to understand what the argument is, because I do like the idea that we are selling more products, but if we are getting the same amount, what is the argument for that state of affairs?
Well, it will be better than that. You see, the problem with Nigerian business is the cost of doing business, and the cost of doing business without electricity, without good roads, without this, without that. Things are always going to be quite expensive. It's going to be always quite expensive to do business in a country like that. However, the fact that our currency is so, many of us would call poor, but it's so low in comparison with international currencies, it actually puts us in a good position. But again, because of politics, we're not functioning properly. We're not functioning properly. The reason why Dangote has been hampered somewhat in the natural development of his refinery has been down to Nigerian politics.
But you said it puts us in a good place that our currency is weak. That is exactly the question I'm asking. Why is that good for us?
You see,
I don't understand fully why that is good. Okay. I'm trying to understand it.
Okay. If, for argument's sake, I don't know exactly what the figures are right now, but if the naira is at $1,000, for argument's sake, 1,000 naira to the dollar right now, we can trade to such an extent that the $1,000 that was worth only $1 10 days ago, we can trade to such an extent that our 1,000 naira is now 500 naira to £1. That puts us in a beneficial financial position. It means that we can release a lot of funds to do a lot of the administration and a lot of the infrastructure that we need in the country. It means that those who are doing business, or those who are even just ordinarily working, that they'll now have more naira for the dollar within their country the naira now has improved. Now, when the naira moves again to 250 naira to the same $1 where it was 1,000 6 months ago, that is putting us in power.
But hold on. The issue what I'm saying there is, like I said, I don't know how that is improving, because like you said,
that's an improvement. That's
let
a
me
massive
explain to you,
improvement.
because you are saying that the currency would appreciate when we start trading more. But the more that we are trading is due to the fact that we have to sell 3 times more because our currency has depreciated threefold.
It's all what we call economies of scale.
Sorry. What I mean is that we still get the same amount of dollars coming in. So why is that going to increase our dollar value?
No, it means that we are spending less naira for the power of the dollar. Are you with that? It's economies of scale. I'm
trying to think about how we are spending. How are we spending less naira? Like, less? I don't understand it. The master can help me out, because I've had this argument a lot. I'm trying to understand it.
There are two levels.
My friend, now, when you were people, and I know you would always assist me, but let me try and show him. Maybe you can do it much better than me. I would see myself as an economist, not by itself, because it's PPE that I studied and PPE that I traded, which is philosophy, politics, and economics. I see that Masca is a finance man, so he understands the small, the simple way I put it across. That let's say me, as a Nigerian, I sell my property, which is worth $1 million. I don't sell everything. I take out the equity of 100,000. If I take out the equity of 100,000, and that 100,000 in naira terms, when I do the exchange, that my 100,000 is worth 5 million naira, for argument's sake. I don't know if you can build a property for 5 million naira, but there is something that I can do. 100,000 pounds or 100,000 pounds, which is why I always tell you that, bro. When I'm coming back to that country, I'm coming with energy and power, which is that there's a lot of my friends that I'll be bringing over with me. I'll be bringing them over. People who would bring out the equity in their property. There's 10 of us, and of the 10 of us, we're all coming with 100,000, which is $1 million. In that $1 million, we buy land and we build upon that land. And that we now structure our properties, beautiful houses that we built with our own design. That's what we can do with you and me know that with 100,000 pounds, in order to do anything profitable, you have to move outside London, because you're not buying any house for 100,000 in London. You see, are you understanding how?
I'm not understanding. No, let the finance man try. Let the finance man try. I have to really try
Let me
to
quickly give it to Masca so I can carry on.
I know. I'm sure there must be benefit somewhere, because I hear that the Chinese reduce their currency, keep their currency low.
In that way, it's because they can sell more. They are able to sell.
The same example Jagun is given. It's a good example.
Okay.
But, so let me explain. Let me put it this way. Let me carry on with Jagun's example. Okay. Let's say you have 100,000 pounds. You are in the UK, but in fact, the two of you, Jagun has 100,000 pounds. Since you're also in the UK, you guys have 200,000 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And you are asking yourself, where would you go and invest? Obviously, if you are in the UK, the issue of what is called arbitrage is not in question. 100,000 pounds is 100,000 pounds in the UK. If you're looking across the border outside UK, you are asking yourself, where will I get best value for money for this 100,000? And like you said, if you come to Nigeria with 200,000 pounds, so this will be like about, let me do the numbers quickly, in actual fact. So let's even assume it's 2,000 now. So 2,000 2,200,000.
Should be close to around 380 million pounds.
Okay.
Million naira.
So you can imagine with roughly 400 million naira in Nigeria, just imagine the things you can do for fathers.
400 million. Did you hear that?
400 million. You can do a lot.
Yeah, 200,000 pounds.
Yeah, so the ideal position for a country like Nigeria is truly, honestly speaking, to have what we have today, where the currency
is low.
It's not very high. It's not like 1 naira to $1. Why? Because you would want to encourage your people to produce. Because if you produce, say, with this 400 million, whatever you produce, let's say you manage to produce something that you can sell for 1 million pounds in the UK, you can see what you can plow back again into Nigeria. It will be, the quantum is big. But the challenge, why I don't buy that argument, is because for you to think like that, China is doing that. They are keeping their currency low. But what is important is that China has already provided the industrial base.
Indeed.
You guys would want to come and bring 400 million here. But
that's how China did it. That's how China did it. They did it like that in order for them to build what they have in further infrastructure. It was the diaspora. It was the diaspora that was bringing money home that allowed this increase. Because of the, I've got pineapple plantations in Nigeria. When I was 21, I was bringing pineapples from Nigeria to London. In that I was doing that I was selling each pineapple for £1.50. Each pineapple, each individual pineapple. But I was harvesting it for pennies, for like 2 pence in terms of the exchange currency at the time.
Can I say something about this topic? Just
can you see what I've made? If I'm selling for
$1.50, today you will sell 100 pineapples to get the same amount.
No,
that is what I have an issue.
Today, if I'm cutting pineapples, if I'm cutting pineapples against the naira value, it will be 0.000 of a penny.
But when do you draw the line? Do you want to reduce the naira? Why did you just drop the naira to 1 naira?
The naira will not stay.
Why don't we just drop it? There has to be a line somewhere.
No, my brother. This is business. This is business. The naira, please wait. Please wait just a moment, sir. The naira is in a good position right now for the diaspora to come back home, because the diaspora spend is nothing. I have a friend in Nigeria right now, and they have just recently bought a private jet. It cost them 1.5 million for that private jet. Now, that private jet, as soon as it landed, after they got all the necessary papers, licenses to fly, they are now booked for the whole year in terms of people who are going to jump on that jet, both national and international flights. So they spent 1.5 million. They will finish paying for that plane by the end of the year in terms of the bank loan that they took. By the end of the year. But they have a good 5 years on that plane. So just imagine, just understand that Nigeria right now is very good for anyone in the diaspora who has a bit of money.
Actually, that's the logic. That's the logic for development, not only for the people in diaspora. The idea also is that if your currency is expensive, is low in terms of value, the logical thinking is that your people will import less and produce more at home.
Export.
Very good.
But unfortunately, what I tell you, and so this is something that is very passionate for me. The challenge with Nigeria is because this is what they call textbook economics. Okay, my theory today and what I'm pushing forward is that the textbook economics does not apply to Nigeria simply because the textbook economics assumes institutions exist, like judiciary is there, the people obey rule of law. If I sign a contract with you, there's going to be enforcement. These things don't happen in Nigeria. As basic as security, it's if I go and build my factory, nobody is going to go and destroy it. If I go and plant something in my farm, nobody's going to kidnap me there. This is what the textbook economics assumes. And these are not things that are existing today in Nigeria.
Which is why I disagree.
Okay, then I think I agree with you with the concept now. So now, where do we draw the line? If we say, okay,
which line again?
Okay, if we say it's good to have low currency,
just come by turn.
Don't worry, man of prestige, I'll come to you.
Make some point.
I will come to you, man of prestige. Where is the line then? If we say it's good to have lower currency so that you attract, basically, to attract foreign investment, then let's reduce it to $1 to 20,000 naira.
No, you see, that's where that is one place I also agree with Buhari, because if you don't put the infrastructure with no security, with no infrastructure, with no rule of law, okay, with no proper judicial system, with no police, you can, in fact, you can bring your currency to wherever it is. The investors are not that stupid. They are not going to bring it. So it's only your people that will suffer.
Okay.
This is the problem. So
let's bring man of prestige insurance.
Just hold
he
on.
Can join.
The line should be somewhere, if you ask me, like naira should be 500 naira to $1. Okay, because anything less than that makes no sense. It's just the people, you're putting people in penury with no additional value.
So in other words, there's a line. There's a line to be drawn.
There should be a line.
I want man of prestige to come in, but I will want to speak straight after him, please.
Okay, no problem. Man of prestige, please go ahead.
Yeah, greeting everybody. Yeah, I was just interested in with what you are discussing. Maska had just said what I was going to say. That was part of my interjection. For all this to strive, we have to have a very stable economy, the security, the judiciary, and everything is bastardized. So it's not going to strive good. And somebody mentioned about China lowering their currency. But remember, China is an exporting country. We don't export that much. The only thing we export is oil. We are not productive enough to say we produce more than we import. So that's where it benefits China, because they are exporting country primary. So that's where the benefit. Nigeria, we're not in that perimeter. That's what I think, in my own opinion.
You're correct.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You're very correct. However, with the type of people we are in Nigeria, we are very industrious. We are business orientated. We understand what it is to build an institution, even when we haven't built very good institutions already. The fact of the matter is, the potential for Nigeria to hit the target of becoming an industrialized country through the ingenuity of the people is extremely high. Extremely high. There's a slight difference between an Igbo business and a Yoruba business, and I don't mean to be political about this in terms of ethnicities, but the common Igbo businessman is importing. For us to be importing what we can produce in Nigeria is a failed business plan. But
You're right.
We need money, so we do it as we have to do it. But if Nigeria began producing, which it's very easy for Nigeria to do, because it has all of the raw materials that you can ever need. All. So now we start manufacturing, so to speak, on all levels in our country. When we do that, we will pass China within 5 years. We will pass them based on what we have under the ground. We have everything under the ground. I took a walk. I remember when I was about 9 years old, and I took a walk in Ifon. And as I walked, I saw black stuff coming out of the ground. I said, what's this? They told me that it's bitumen. I said, bitumen? I said, isn't that what they use for roads? He said, yes. So then I went to do small research. I'm 9 years old. I went to do small research, and I found out that Ondo State alone is the second largest, not producer. How do you say it? Is the second
bitumen reserve.
Yeah, in the world after Canada is Ondo State. Not even Nigeria. Ondo State alone has the second most bitumen in the world. Right now, based on the bitumen that's in Ondo State alone, we can pave the whole of West Africa. Make sure the whole of West Africa has well-paved roads. Imagine what that does. That's infrastructure. It means that goods and bits and pieces can move very well on the road. Human beings can move very well on the road. On top of that now, we'll develop how to do rail. On top of that now, we'll understand our shoreline, which would be very good across the whole of West Africa. Do you know what that is? Do you know that power is? Look what's happening in the States of
Jago, I hear what you are saying on that front. The reason why I asked that question, which was not necessarily the main topic, was because I've always wondered, while they are all like happy that export is happening and that we are exporting goods, when we are exporting it at 3 times cheaper the price we used to sell it before to the Western nations. And then when I look at the way the Chinese do it, let me finish the point I'm making. Because I think there is another layer to this. That's my suspicion, but we'll see whether it's true based on what I will hear from you. I feel like the reason why the Chinese reduce the price or the value of their currency is not only that they want to, sell more goods. Because they also know when they reduce the price, they are not getting as many dollars as they would normally get.
So they're getting more. They're getting more dollars as they would normally get.
Sometimes you could do. There's always a threshold you have to worry about. But there's also another angle that I'm thinking maybe that's also something that they are factoring in, which is strategically they are making America or the rest of the world that is buying from them dependent on them.
That's right.
So that dependence aspect may also inform why they are doing that, so that people have to rely on them for those goods. Otherwise, if they make it too expensive, yes, the people will choose to manufacture locally. You see what I mean? So there's an angle there. The question is
the angle, which is the economic. The angle is economic. They have strategized for 20 years ahead, and the speed at which they are getting these dollars in makes them more assured because it's speed. They're getting the dollars in. After America, China owned the most dollars in the world.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And they actually lock the dollars in their vault. They buy yeah, see, look, it was they call it currency war. And just for you to understand more clearly why it pays China to put their currency at a lower level, is that they would get, you look at it as in how much dollar China will get, but that's not how it is, because China doesn't spend dollar. Any serious country doesn't spend another country's currency. They spend their own currency. You get it? So in the end, it is like how many cars are we able to export? If you're exporting 50, are you going to be able to next year export 200? The only way you can increase that export is to make your own products cheaper in your market. Let's take America, for instance. For an American, if the car from China is $1,000 and the car produced in America is $1,500, and normal thinking American will buy the Chinese car, right or wrong?
They will.
They will. If everybody in America is buying only a Chinese car, you see how that number will now rack up, because if it's logical for one person, it means it will be logical for at least 80% of Americans also.
And they win market share too. But so the point about China spending dollar, they do spend dollar because they need to buy some other things like chips, like Nvidia.
Not inside. Point I make it not inside China.
Oh no, inside China they have to do.
And the reason why some of our foolish leaders here in Nigeria they like all this nonsense is because now if we sell the same amount of crude oil and let's say we get $10 million, the same government, the salary is still the same. All this one now, Tinubu is saying the governors are getting more money is simply because the value of dollar and naira now has significantly increased. It's not that we are doing anything more. It's just so he's giving his pump is foolish. He's giving these our foolish governors more naira that does not add any other additional value. The bread that you buy.
That is the idiocy of our politicians.
So these are some of these things. I think the real challenge for me, and that's why I said leadership is much deeper. It's not about action. You can take the wrong action.
All these people.
Can we come up with the formula? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. If all the politics that is going on in Nigeria, it's not for the people of Nigeria. It is not even for them. It's only that they are positioned well to chop everything. That's all. You see, we are not setting our table out for our market. We do not set the prices. The prices are internationally set, largely westernized. So what China does is they're understanding of the way this game is played, which is why they are reducing the value of their export in order for this money to come in. This thing that everybody trades, Western currencies particularly, for that to come in and land on the... You see, where the yuan is set, it should be 3 times more expensive. And the world wants the Chinese to raise the value of their exports. So it makes more sense for them and not for China. All these is economics. It's all economics.
I think I begin to understand it more and more now, actually. So where do what do we have a formula that we can say this is how you create a formula and say this is the level you want to downgrade your currency to optimally gain from the investment that is going to be coming in? So does that depend on the market that you're talking about? Like, let's say if you sell chocolates now and you want them to actually buy from Nigeria, do you calculate that, okay, that's the market value internationally, and now I will bring my own price will be lower because of my currency, so that everybody will have to come to me to get it, and we
let me give you a quick example.
Market share. Okay,
let me give you a quick example. Me, for one, and I'm sure Masker as well, and many other people on the platform, they, I don't really know the expertise of a man of prestige, but I know he would have if he's in position of the financing of Nigeria, he will do it better than the financier that we have there now, which is, let me take cocoa for an example. The share of the money for cocoa, when we just export the raw material, is about 3% of the value of the market. So we're taking 3%, and then we send it out. The rest of the world takes 90% of what is coming from our country. So when we're going now to produce at a greater level our cocoa into all kinds of chocolate, and you see chocolate, it has many properties. It's a valuable product in terms of the well-being of a human being. The darker the chocolate, which means that you're using more natural cocoa. In England, the chocolate we have has about 1% cocoa in it.
Did our ancestors used to eat chocolate?
Sorry?
Did our ancestors used to eat chocolate, or they were just throwing the cocoa seeds?
Chocolate is South American. It is not African. It's South American.
So we in the it wasn't even in West Africa before. It was
no.
What is it we have? Because it's cassava come from somewhere else. What is it? What did we?
We used to eat raw cocoa. Don't worry.
No fathers. You see what we have. Let me tell you what we have. We
have a lot of
environment that you can plant and grow these things.
Anything.
What more?
Yeah, but it looks like we didn't grow chocolate even. We didn't grow cocoa. We didn't grow garlic.
We have yam. You see, yam has gone.
Chocolate is end product now. Which one is?
Yam has gone all over the world, just as cassava has gone all over the world. Yam is African. Plantain is African.
Yam is African. Plantain is African too. Okay, at least we have those. Because at this rate, that stockfish is not our own. Gari is not our own. Cassava is not our own. Now I discovered that cocoa, everything is not even our own. Do we even own cola nut? Which one is ours really?
We own cola nut. That's ours.
Okay, thank goodness. So okay, when did cocoa arrive in Africa or Nigeria? When did
500 years ago. Okay,
when he arrived, did our ancestors used to make cocoa with it, or you invented it?
No, what it was is that the Oyimbos wanted the chocolate or the produce of chocolate nearer to them in Europe. That's all it is. That's why it's in West Africa.
When was it invented? Do we know?
It wasn't invented. It grows naturally. It was developed by the Incas. It was developed by the Brazilians, the original Brazilians, the original Caribbean people. You understand?
So you mean, sorry. Are you saying that in the Incas used to actually make chocolate itself with the cocoa seeds? That's interesting. I never knew that. You see, we learn every day. I'm like, I didn't even know. Oh my God, I didn't even know cocoa was not native to the continent. Masca, did you know that?
That's just like you said. You see, our people, our parents don't eat chocolate now. Can you remember your dad or your mother going out to buy chocolate? It's not. We don't eat it. It's because it's not ours.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Yes. I think Masca was saying something.
Forefathers, there's a book I recommend for you, Jamie Diamond, Guns, Jams, and Steel. Yeah, the reality is that, why I'm not happy with we black people is that they didn't born anybody with cloth. Or you think there are some races that when they born their children, the children come out with cloth. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, can I quickly add, Master?
Yes.
Do you know denim is West African?
Yes.
Do you know that?
Denim is West African.
The jeans that you wear.
Hey, how is that even possible?
Yeah, the original cloth is ours. Particularly Yoruba.
You might be right, Now you're saying it's Yoruba too. Okay.
No, it is.
We have denim in the Yoruba kingdom.
We have this cloth that is. I remember that my parents always used to wear it now, and it was heavy. And I thought, how is it that we are wearing this in that heat? Then the heaviness of it is the same heaviness of jeans. Where for us it was an expensive cloth, for them it was the cloth that people would go out and work, jeans. So they would have it on the farms, they would have it on all these levels. And
have
then
you ever heard the word Adire forefathers?
That's right.
But they didn't say.
Well done, my brother.
They didn't say it's African in any way.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't tell you that. As you said, it was something I found out. The latter part of my life.
You don't say that when some parts of Nigeria were using leaves to cover their privates and everything, then some parts were inventing denim, and Oyibo came and learned how to make denim from black.
No. See, this is the problem, forefathers. What I will advise you: do less of AI. Do more.
So you don't? Do you use Google? Do you use Google?
You do no. You do more of reading actual books. There's this book that you should also
read. Come from books. I don't know why people think
Tropical Dependency. If you want a list of all the things that we had when the Europeans came, you will see it. And this book is written by the wife of Lord Lugard. She said it in her book that even when she came, if you come to Bida, in 1900, there were people doing glass works who were doing glass.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Everybody you see from Lokoja up had his cloth. Okay, it's not white people that brought cloth to Nigeria.
No, I'm not saying we are naked. We are naked. I'm just saying some people.
And so let me put it to you now, so that you can understand what is actually even happening in the world global economy. Okay, the reality, like that, is why we will be bigger than China is simple. Almost every country, what they do, the practice they do, is they have to go and import cheap. They import what is called primary products, what you call raw material. Okay. Then they go and manufacture it, and then they create the tests in people of these finished products, and they sell the same thing. The car, half of the rubber will come from Africa. The iron ore will come from Africa. Everything will come. All the raw material that in a Chinese car most likely will certainly come from Africa. At least the telephone you use, almost everything will come from Africa at giveaway price.
Can I just add something to what this guy just said?
Price. The price of let's say Samsung phone now, that will be about 3 million naira. Okay, or let's use dollars, $2,000. The price of all the raw materials, the price of cannot be up to $20. That's why they collect this thing from Africa, and then they sell it back to Africa at $2,000.
Of course, that's good businessman thinking business.
You guys are enjoying there. That is the way it is being created.
Let me comment on the, let me just comment on what this Azupagra said. You see, this is why we publicly don't want to take correction. What is wrong with me saying what I don't know, I don't know?
No, but
you want me to pretend as if I know something I don't know?
Why you pay attention to
don't even worry about that. You're quite right.
Because sometimes some people they try to make you look like you are stupid for not knowing something.
You shouldn't be paying attention to them. I don't even read the chat when I'm here.
No, I'm doing that because as a way of encouraging others that don't know something to openly acknowledge, because you see it on other panels, people double down and they don't want to engage.
Sometimes, forefathers, the best way sometimes is to ignore something.
Oh no, I ignore certain things, but like I said, the reason why I'm bringing that up, I'm saying
I'm not going to drag.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
The other point,
you can go ahead. Let me just finish what I'm saying. That it is important, like you did. I remember once here, Maska, we were having a conversation. You said, "Oh, you are right. I agree with what you just said." You changed your position because of it. And it's a good thing. It's not a weakness. I just thought I should highlight that because some people double down because they don't want to openly admit that they don't know something. If I don't know, I don't know. And I will openly admit it. Like so many things I've learned here today that cocoa wasn't even our own. And maybe your Bible invented denim. I'm not sure, but even if the data there doesn't show it. And you, Baska, hold on, you challenge AI. You see, this thing that we do, we need to stop it. We are going to test it today. Tell me one thing that you know. Check it with AI. Let's see whether AI gets it wrong. Then I will ask AI something that you don't know.
Father, you can't depend on AI for everything.
No, I'm not depending on it for everything. I'm just saying for some easy information.
No, what I said, and I will repeat what I always choose my words very, very carefully, for fathers. I try to speak very consciously. What I said, you should do less of AI. I cannot say don't do AI. I say do less. Continue to do AI. But out of the 100% AI you're doing now, make it 10%.
Hold on. What makes you think that I don't do other things before I do AI? But it's okay.
No. I say, look, see, if you are doing it, which is why I thought you should ignore that comment. Because for me, my life is simple. The more you know, even my mother was asking me, like, I'm in the middle of a PhD program. She was like, you have a problem. All the books you've read, you are still going back at an old age, going back to school. I said, yes, Mama, because
why do you believe the book, though?
Why
do you believe books?
Okay, because there are two reasons. Okay, when somebody sits to write a book, Okay? There's what is called a peer review. When he sits down to write that book, he knows that other people will take it and read it. So for you to write something down and decide that you want people to read and buy, the effort it takes is a lot. It's because what the mistake you're making, the AI we have today, it's a senior brother to Wikipedia. Take it or leave it. It's a senior brother to Wikipedia. AI does not have.
Let's approach that.
Oscar, I kind of disagree with you.
Let's approach that logically, because this is going to the heart of something here. Because one person painstaking. In short, let me respond to the previous one about the name. The reason why is I'm not relying on AI. I'm also relying on history, because generally, if you are around a country and that part of the country actually invented certain things that is known all over the world, you would have expected to hear about it by common sense. You would have expected, like some things that Nigeria is leading in, you tend to hear about those type of things. But we didn't hear something as simple as the name is pervasive. It's very pervasive everywhere. We would have had somebody say, "Oh, the Yoruba people invented the name before now." It didn't happen. So this is why I checked, and it didn't make sense. Okay, let me move on. But in terms of AI, the reason why you are saying one person took the time to write the book, what makes you think that person is not as biased? Have you seen people on this platform that can be
No. Can I allow me? So
okay.
Sorry, Maska.
You said they are peer reviewed.
Wait, my brother. You see, as Maska depicted, when people write books and they are peer reviewed, that level of book is at the university.
But most books are not peer reviewed, though.
Wait. Those books are normally university papers that are peer reviewed. When it comes to writing a book, an individual who is writing that book would have done his depth of research. When people now read that book, they know what is fake from what is real. There are a million bad books, and peer review, even a peer reviewed paper, as soon as that peer reviewed paper comes out, it's already 5 years out of date. In terms of the where,
like the one Gowon wrote, that a lot of people are saying he's lied there and all
well,
that.
it's a bad book as far as many people who have read it say. It's not a good book. That's what they're telling us.
Sorry, Jagun, he has raised a good place where I can make you understand what I'm saying. It's like somebody going to AI now and asks about the Nigerian Civil War. Do you know how many books I've read about the Nigerian Civil War forefathers? I can't count. So if go on write a book, I'm in a superior position to know what is true, what is false.
Exactly.
So even if I go to AI now and ask AI about the Nigerian Civil War, I will laugh, because what does this guy know? Well, why do you think that? And let me point another angle to you. This AI that you're thinking like, oh, some people would sit and there's enough information about everything. Do you know why you may not see denim when you do AI? Because what do you think how many people sit and write about Africa? How many people? How many?
That's a fair point to raise. They do so.
What information AI will feed you is a biased information. And guess what? This same AI, what people would miss is that this AI that you see is going to be tampered. I will be stupid to think that CIA will not be tampering with AI. I will be the stupidest.
Let me, do you know, forefather, I have never once in my life used AI. Not once.
You are missing that. Let me say something.
I'm not missing anything.
Let me say
it's
something.
It's only for people with slow minds who haven't read that use AI.
Let me say something.
He's a technology person.
The way Masca is bashing AI. Actually,
he's starting to allow that now.
Sorry. AI is not. It's not that AI is bad. I will not AI. AI is not a second. It's not senior brother to a encyclopedia the way Masca call it. I disagree. There are a lot of good things in AI, but you have to know how to use it. So I think if you want to use it to remember things, it's something you know, you have knowledge of. You can actually use AI. There are topics AI is very, very good. But except what Masker is saying, don't totally depend on it. Like, if you don't know what you are doing, AI can just lead you and you just read rubbish. But if you understand what you try to get out of it, topic you have understand already, AI can help you to, even when it's giving you an answer that is incorrect, you just like, no, that's not correct. This. Then it's gonna redirect you. But it's their job, but AI is good if you know how to
I think from my experience so far, Masker, let me add that. Let me add something to it too. See, from my experience so far of using it, it has hardly given me an outright wrong answer. It's just that sometimes it answers the wrong question.
Yeah,
that's what you tend to see sometimes. Because the answer it will give you, you will tell it that is not what I'm asking for. And the problem with the way people are approaching is that this stuff has so many facts. Like when you talk about review of books, that is what AI does. The nature of it, because I do understand how it's actually put together to an extent. It actually studies all the samples of books that are out there. It's not like an individual. Like if you've read 20
it's
books,
a search engine. It's more like a search engine.
It has read 100 on any subject. If you have read 20, it has read 100 of it. So that is the point. It has more information. It collates them. And from my experience, it's very, very, they are wrong. I've seen where it's wrong and I've challenged it. If I'm asking for basic facts, I tend to accept the facts of AI, and it's very, very rarely that it is wrong. But if you're asking for opinion, if you're asking to do analysis, yeah, you better watch out there. Because remember, it is doing its own calculation, its own analysis.
Let me second what Masker said, that AI can be biased. That's the fact. That's why we shouldn't completely 100% depend on AI. But it can be very helpful, and it depends on how you frame the question. You're asking AI, that can give you the context of what he may give you back. I mean, let me sometimes it can give you, it depends on the incomplete information that's available. Remember, all AI is generating is from human beings. What the data they put in there. So AI is not God. So let's get that fact, straight. It depends on the data. We human beings, depend on the training data that was input in there.
Tell me, a man of prestige. Yeah. What is human being but data too? Is it not information you're getting? Do you know how many information are getting?
But the whole human being information may not be factual.
How are we different from AI? Can somebody tell me how we're different?
That's the difference.
I will explain to you how we differ from AI.
Okay.
Like, I give a very typical, very simple example. Okay. If you say, what is the exchange rate? If you ask AI, what is exchange rate today? It will tell you like 1,300. Is it good? Is it bad? Would AI tell you? Would it tell you the amount of people who are suffering?
No.
No.
Actually, it can.
Yeah, but it will not. This is the point.
You ask it. If you ask it, it will tell you.
Basis, AI will come with a conjecture. On a factual basis, I agree with Masker.
Yes.
The thing is this. Man of Prestige said AI is not a god, but it will be. It will be. There is no way that one will contain one. Hold on, please. Well, all I'm saying is that within 5 years, it will be a god. It will be a god. And people will react for what AI does. If you look at it and you understand the future that we're going into, and the fact that there is data is the one thing in the world that the world is entering into. It's the world of information right now. That's what the currency is. Now, when it takes your job, it takes a good 50% of the global workload away from the human being. And the human being now is set to do something else. The amount, we will not pray again. We will not ask God again when we can ask AI. That's where we're going. So I say that everybody better be conscious. The reason why I don't use it is because I'm exercising my consciousness. When I look at what the human being is and the state of the human being, and the fact that our brains are only used to the point of 5%, it tells me that God, if you like, is waiting in time. The expanse of man's intelligence, man's consciousness, is the power that human beings have. And we are all going to have to come together. Speaking of future, as human beings, we are going to have to come together to defeat what it is that we have built in this AI. If we don't, and we act in a desperate way that we do, the intelligence of AI would control us as human beings. Now, we human beings, we understand we are God's creation. Now, we don't know half of what God has done to say that we are going to take over from God himself. But the AI can take over the creator, which is human beings. Give it time. That is a strange position for us as human beings to find ourselves in. And I don't think we're paying much attention to that. We're just technology.
People are
life.
fully aware. To be honest, I was saying this to my friends, that we're having this discussion. Say the next 10 years, the way the world is going to change. If you think this internet era, this internet and social media have really changed a lot of things, AI will turn the world upside down between now and 10 years.
Well, that's not what you said 5 minutes ago.
No, we were not. No, I see. We were talking of use of AI. When we say AI, it's not in these terms. AI, we're discussing.
You see, what it is the power of the brain and exercising the brain is what we currently do. When we can rely on something else to be our brain power, we will feed it all of our information, whilst it's giving us next to nothing. It's giving us what we can find out for ourselves. As Master rightly underlined, reading is important. So books are books are superior to AI because you're not exercising. If you sit down all day, the use of your legs will go. The use of your legs will go. It's simple. But we, as lazy human beings that we are, we want to rely on something. We want
Jago, what you are talking about, you are talking of the free application of AI. That's what I'm delving into now. Our initial discussion was AI based on getting information like ChatGPT. That's what we were discussing. When you are talking of the application of AI, to be honest, I understand your point, but sincerely, you can't even avoid it right now.
No, I'm not saying that.
I'll give you an example.
Everyone will do what they have to do. What I'm saying is simple. It's very, very simple. It's not difficult. And it's clear. I'm being very clear. I'm not being duplicitous in what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't use AI. You said I'm missing out. I know I'm not missing out. However, I said I don't use AI and I won't use it until my own consciousness has fully developed. You know, when you're a child, your consciousness and your understanding and knowledge is not fully developed. Now, if I'm to pour everything from my mind into the mind of my child, that has made my child lazy-minded, as opposed to allowing my child to know how to think. Knowing how to think is very important. It's more important than asking AI crazy, arduous questions.
We need to disagree between two things here. This is where the confusion is coming from. AI in terms of application of technology, nobody can avoid it. We are right there. Now you see driverless car, you see like at you will be seeing robots that go to deliver food instead of people using Uber to deliver food in America now. Driverless car everywhere in America. You call Uber, no driver, you enter, it drop you. In the next 10 years, even the cars we buy, they are going to be driverless. You're going to just put an address and be eating or be on the phone. The car will take you to where you are going. That's where we're going. So
is that a benefit? Is that a
no,
benefit?
I'm just breaking it down.
Hey, I know it. I know what it is, but is it a benefit?
In the area of surgery right now, somebody can be in America, you are operating surgery in Nigeria. Robotics plus AI, we are right there already. I'm just saying the next year, the AI we were talking about initially was based on application, based on the types of doing research like a Google research, like ChatGPT. This is a problem now at university. I have friends that are professors in universities. They are so confused that you give an assignment to a student, in the next 2 seconds, it's going to bring solution of that assignment. So now the question is, like in engineering, usually we used to have applied question in such a way that if you don't really understand the topic, even when they give you open book, you can't solve it. You have to know what you are doing. Right now, you put that question. I was asking my friend, I said, what about applied questions? Even applied question, you put it on ChatGPT, it's going to give you an answer. So now you have to determine, is it the correct answer or not? Even the professors are using ChatGPT. So there is a big problem in the next 5-10 years. The world is going to change so bad. I think even the jobs are going to move to Africa, because in the West, jobs are going to be cut by more than 50%. Oracle, in the last 1 month, they cut 30,000 jobs because of AI. Meta cut more than 9,000 jobs this week alone. So a lot of companies are cutting jobs already just because of AI. So there is a lot going on. That's what I was.
I really feel bad for graduates.
Me, if I have my way, just go farm in Nigeria.
No. Let me second what you said earlier. Everyone just made a very fabulous analysis, and that's a fact, and that is the trend going on right now. If you want to do something more, tangible, more practical, you have to go to Africa. The way things are going, he just enumerated all these big tech companies. The way they are laying up people right now, half of their staff. Amazon is depending. I think they invested like about 4 or 5 billion on AI tech. But the manufacturing side, like people, the processing, that part is still there. But the engineering, the tech company, they are eliminating them. Right away. So that's the problem we're having. Like somebody will say, when it comes to AI, it's a good thing, but it has what I consider to be a model limitation. Because when you give you fact, it will verify. It does not necessarily verify all fact or people's viewpoint. Sometimes it presents different perspective more than the other one. So it depends.
But this is okay. Let's go. I think it looks like we're heading into a philosophical area.
No, but you are not. But sorry, forefathers, you guys are not understanding what Jagun is saying. But I will give you an analogy.
I get what Jagun is saying. I've raised that.
I'm not saying Jagun is wrong.
No, but so let me give an analogy of what Jagun is saying. Okay. And I see it happen sometimes when, let's say, you go out to walk. Walking just to stretch your legs.
Yeah.
There are times when somebody that knows you, respects you, would stop with it. Like, are you going home? Say, no. I left my car at home. I want to stretch my leg. That's what Jagun is saying. If you drop everything and rely wholly on AI, at some point, you would develop problems.
That was only a slight part of what I'm saying. I want to hear what Paul Father said. But Paul Father, before you speak, can I just add this? Imagine the composite thinking of global thought in a machine. And this machine now can think. As I've said before, the only thing that proves consciousness is for me to tell you that I'm conscious. There is no way of me proving I'm conscious or for you to prove I'm conscious. It's only that we are human beings, that we relate, that you can tell from my utterances whether or not I'm conscious. Now imagine giving consciousness or a development or something close to consciousness by a machine. Do you know how dangerous that is for the human existence? 1. 2, we are going fast into the future. And there have been scientists who say that this whole AI thing, we need to be able to control it. What we should do is slow it down in order for us to make sure that we as human beings and with the human intelligence that we have, we curb the intelligence of a machine. 2, 3, and lastly, today, if you want an AI girlfriend, you can go and get one. Now, imagine the depth of this kind of biotechnology that would have us, lonely men and women all over the world. Loneliness is killing this planet. You're going to now be speaking to a machine, having sex with a machine based on your loneliness. Bruh, human beings are frail and we are weak, and we don't seem to understand the limits of our strength.
He's contemplating the things you're saying.
Let me make some in reference to what Jagun was saying. I think AI is a good thing. It's not totally out of bias. I mean, AI is not totally out of bias. I think the best approach for us to treat AI as a tool is help to analyze information. That is the best way you have to use, AI. Not as an infallible authority in what you.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I
think the danger is that AI is like calculator to an extent, or mobile phones, where we use calculators. When you rely on calculators, you don't tend to worry about the actual mathematics, because at some point you lose track if the mathematics gets very complicated. But the fundamentals of calculating, doing arithmetics, you do your 1,000 plus 1,000, 1,000, you do that. But you are not going to do 1 trillion plus a gazillion. You're not going to be able to do that. The calculator will do that for you. So to a point, I agree with where Jack is coming from in the sense that human beings still have to reserve some element of critical thinking and some element of reasoning and being able to navigate the world without necessarily relying on AI. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to navigate the AI properly. You don't know whether it's lying to you or not. But then there's this philosophical question that is coming up that it could be very dangerous for us, because we don't know what we are summoning here, according to Elon Musk. If you bring AI on board, there's a school of thought out there that believes that our consciousness was a mistake, that it shouldn't happen in the first place, because we don't even bother to ask why we are here. And the term that was used was that we mistake constant stimulation for fulfillment. We don't ask why we are here. What is the purpose of this life that we are in? Because exactly, we need a distraction. The reason why I'm mentioning this, we have this existential crisis ourselves, and yet we are introducing the same consciousness or a kind of consciousness to technology.
Yes. This is why me, forefather. Sorry, I don't want to disturb you. I just want to say this.
Let me just finish the point.
Yeah, I just want to add something.
The technology
it's why me personally. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Go on.
The technology might be more clever than us, in the sense that it might reach a conclusion that, hey, these people have been screwing around. This thing that they are doing is not what they are supposed to be. Let me change them and make sure that they are not like this anymore, so that they will be fulfilled. They will truly exist in a world that they are in sync with. And that is the danger. You don't know what you are summoning, and that stuff might be able to pierce the reality that we are not able to pierce, and decide to change our whole reality.
Fantastic, bro. Fantastic. We don't know what we are summoning, is what I took from everything you said. It's so deep, what you just said. You see, this is why I don't like religious people. I don't like them. Because what we are speaking about is in their books. It's in their book. And I'm wondering, do you read your book at all? Do you read it? You're saying that you're Muslim. You said that you're Christian. Have you read your book? Because if you read it, it's there. It tells you that you must be very aware of these ultra intelligences, that this is the time that these ultra intelligences are going to come off. And we are giving our lives to them, to a machine. Yet we say we believe in God. I find it pathetic. I find it mind-blowing. There's a separation between what we do as human beings, especially as Africans. We go abroad because we can switch on the light. White people are the best because we can touch the light and it will come on. Wow, it's a miracle. Bloody fools. It's not like that. It's our intelligence that did that. Human intelligence did it. And human intelligence has repeated levels of miracles, as we might put it, that establishes our development today. But what we are now doing is relinquishing all of our responsibility to a machine. This machine now will gather consciousness. That consciousness is exactly what our forefathers is underlying with the understanding we do not know what it is we are summoning. So if you're a religious person and you don't read your book, why should I respect your rubbish? I don't respect you. What for? You've ignored everything that you're telling me that you kill a man for, and yet that's the same thing that will kill you as well. Doesn't make sense. What makes sense to me is that because we recognize each other as human beings, that the love between me and you as a human being should be the ultimate, but it is not. What is the ultimate is I am this and you are that. Separation. It is not for us to make these separations as human beings. It is only for God to make these levels of separation. So I don't respect a lot of religious-minded people who separate themselves from their thinking. Are you able to think? Do you know how to think? Do you know what it is to think? Because we have so much to think about. As I'll just say this lastly before I step down for a minute. I always wonder about what it is that brings us together as human beings. I said it in the last program. And what it is that Nigerians come together as human beings for is their ignorance, one, and their anger in terms of how they bring up their children. We bring up our children in such a way that we oppress them so horribly that we bring up a frightened human being, which is the reason why we don't know how to revolt. We don't know how to think through a revolt. We don't know what revolution actually is because we have so dumbed down our own people. We have so oppressed ourselves that when we come into the society, no, please, we're begging. We're men. We're not supposed to be begging the way we do in Nigeria. But it's because of how we manipulate the whole society that the whole society has dumbed itself down. It's when we leave Nigeria that we become brave. Nah, not good enough. Not good.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think we can move back to.
Before we leave it to a different angle, let me make a conclusion on this. Because, as a business people, as a business person, that are doing real estate, I use AI. It does help me solve problems, okay? But when it comes to information gathering, that's why I say that, it has a limitation. The modeling has certain kind of limitation. You have, even I thought I tell you what you want to hear. You have to go and verify from the primary source. Where does it come from? Then you have to compare what AI is telling you with some other things, because AI will give you different point of view, So you have to question, verify different sources where it's coming from. It's not actually completely accurate. Whatever AI is giving you, like Maska said, AI can be biased. It depends on the fact that that's input there. That's what AI generates from. But in terms of solving problem, that is where AI come into. That's where it's the greatest. That's why you see people, the company right now, they are relying on AI, downsizing and everything, because it helps them solve problems. I think that's that's probably the most accurate, the best thing AI has done to the, to the country. But is it good? A lot of people are going to lose their job. That's what's happening. Like somebody said, maybe they need to go to Africa where the manual labor is there, a place like manual labor. So that's the way I see AI.
But you guys, just for the record, because you guys look down on us, we that are still in Africa.
Oh no, not at all.
No.
You see, let me say this.
Not even a person of your own caliber. Don't say that,
you see, we are just discussing. I understand the issue with some of us, right? Yeah. No matter what you're gonna say, when I listen to Jago now, I was just laughing, because the truth is, AI is here, I understand the point Jago is making very seriously.
Sorry, just a side remark that even if Jagun is not using AI is using him.
AI is using him. AI is here to stay. Don't forget all this our discussion. But here is the important thing Jago is saying. That here is the important thing. Let's assume, for example, I'm raising my kids now. You have to try to prevent them to completely depend on AI. You have to, try to walk them through the usual process, because things are so easy now. I'll give you an example. My friend is an architect. Usually, when he used to design houses, it can take him days. He's designing only one plan. Now, in a second, you have your plan. Just put it there. This is what I need. It's gonna give you the plan. So now, if you are an architect, you cannot look at it and say, okay, this is not gonna work. This, you know what to correct, but there is a plan that it will get. Not AI, not ChatGPT. They have another software entirely, bro. If I tell you what AI can bring out for you, but again, you have to know how to use it. You have to know how to use it. But bro, AI is here. It's not
even AI, even journalism. Even
journalism.
Yeah.
So my advice, if you don't have a big land, look for hectares of land in your village.
I was asking somebody about trades jobs recently. I was like, is there any trade job going? Because you see, this counter intellectual culture that some people want to build by insulting people that use ChatGPT. It's like telling somebody not to use calculator or not to. It's counter-intellectual. It's counter-intellectual. You are saying you should not use the tools out there. Something that hold on now. Let me finish my point.
I said use less.
Oh, no, you. I'm talking about some of the rough people in the chat. Our people there that are still insisting that you should not use any form of AI because you are smarter than AI. No, you're not. You're not.
That is number one.
Yeah. Even the best chess player for a long time has not defeated AI. With the human mind, mathematicians are hardly able to defeat AI. There are people. Just last week, there was a guy that was talking on TV saying, "I just heard a CEO saying he had to fire PhD holders because AI was doing their job." That is how ridiculous the situation is.
Yeah. Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down more for you. I have a friend that's software engineer. I have a friend that is doing two jobs. Usually, you write a lot of code. With ChatGPT, he will not even write a single code. But you have to know where you have that code. You have to make sure it's correct. You see, things have really changed. I remember when I was growing up, one of my mathematics teachers used to stop us from using calculator. No calculator. No, when we were young, we were not using calculator. I'm like, bro, which one is? If he's alive now, he will see what is going on now. He will just like, calculator is even a small one.
They do that to us. Sorry, let me add this. They did that to even us when we're going to school here.
Yeah.
They'll be like, don't use it. Guess what? The best universities actually use it, but the lower level universities will say it should go wrong.
Let me.
One of the best ones like Cambridge,
one of my professors in Nigeria, if you ever in mathematical physics, if you are a mathematician, they will know what is called angle value and angle vector. It's like you do like multiple, not 4x4 metrics. You can do like 8x8 metrics.
That stuff is easy.
So only one question, you calculate it on a booklet. Like you can use like 6 pages to just solve that problem. Meanwhile, if you take that question and put it even on a cell program, it will just give you all the answer. To give you whatever you want. But my professor stopped us from using it. But if you want to be a researcher, you can't take a pen.
You will never do that. You will never do that physically. You have to use tools.
That is even the background of AI today. But if I have a computer that show me that answer, I know the source. I know where it's coming from. If you're a mathematician, you know where it's coming from. But you telling students to go and be calculating those stuff today, it's like headache, bro. Like it take you time to be calculating jargons. So see, I don't know what to say.
I don't know.
this thing has some advantage.
Kolata, Kolata is stopping himself every day. This is ridiculous. Look at what he's this guy doesn't have a but today he's just made me laugh.
Kolata is a pro, man. Don't mind him.
Don't mind him.
He's looking for him. They want to give him biggest.
Oh my God.
That's the position they want to give to him. Yeah, but I sincerely I understand, bro. AI is fun.
And funny enough, what you said just now about eigenvectors, eigenvalues and eigenvectors, all the various stuff that comes with matrices. It's funny because I physically had that similar experience, and one of my gripes was, why do they have to make us do this when all this stuff universities don't have to do that? It's so annoying. And because you will spend ages wasting time trying to do arithmetic. It's basically arithmetics, but long arithmetics.
But you see, the point, and I'll go back to Jagun's point. It's very, very important that we don't lose sight of the fact that yes, it sorts your problem, but there is an underlying bigger problem that it cannot solve. Yeah, if your capacity for analytical thinking is very low, there's no way AI can help you with that. So it's therefore all that I think Jagun is saying, and where I stand with AI, is that you have to take responsibility, personal responsibility, to constantly make sure that your level of analytical ability is still high. Because the fact of the matter is that if you completely rely on AI, you get dumber and dumber by the day, and the day you realize it is too late.
Is that inevitable though? Because you see, about a month ago, I proposed an idea that we have to preserve critical thinking as the ultimate, the ultimate core of our knowledge. That's why I sympathize with Django. Because if you don't preserve that, AI can tell you what to do. And in a way, that's what you're trying to highlight.
What I would advise Django also is that if you don't interact with AI, then you're also not doing yourself a favor. Because you
knows? How do you know that though? Maybe he will okay, let me explain with a simpler example. Like, you know how you have phone numbers on your phone, smartphone, you don't care to remember any single number. But someone like Jago, because he's not engaging, he will remember the number. Let's say he decides not to use the smartphone, he will have to remember the numbers if you're writing them down. So he will still have the basics.
Are you suggesting that Jago is not using calculator?
I'm suggesting that Jago Jago is a Luddite. I don't know how he made it online.
I accept all your points, or everybody, in terms of the usage of AI. And I didn't tell you that I would never use it. What I say is that I'm waiting, I'm looking, I'm viewing. These technologies that are coming out today, as opposed to the technologies that came out 50, 40, 30 years ago, we're going into a different realm. We're turning a different page. What I have read and understood from the holy books, it's quite deep. It's quite deep. And it's so deep that if I think of when these things were written, I have to think of what kind of minds were writing this, and what was the influence of these minds. If you read about, is it John or is it Paul, who was on the island of Patmos? When you hear the descriptions of the end days, what he saw, and the descriptions that he made of what he saw, he had no knowledge of what he was seeing, the visions that he was given. So the way he described a nuclear bomb, he described it that these, he said, like he said, like paper scriptures, the scrolls, he said, were opened up. Now, if you know what a scroll looks like, and you see the plumes of a nuclear bomb, he saw this. So he was given this information, these visions. And when you see that we were speaking about the end of days, and there are people warning about the time that we are in, it tells us that the amount of brain that we use, it still is going to be connected with what I would regard as the creator, for the sake of argument. And when I put these things together and I see the power of AI, that soon it will be as strong as a god, you yourself have to be as strong as a god, because we are going to go through these aspects. And I know I'm speaking esoterically. And when you speak esoterically, it becomes confounding to many people. But then I have to ask yourself, you that say that you are religious now, have you not read these things? That you can give your whole self to Beelzebub? For me, you have to, if you are a man of faith, a man of spirit, then I can't see how
Are
you
you saying that AI is potentially Beelzebub?
Bruh, the way I'm looking at the power that it has now and the power that it would have tomorrow and the fickle nature of the human being, not only am I saying, I'm saying that people would worship this thing. You know, your parents, as a child, your parents, you go to them for any of your needs. As we grow up, we believe that we are responsible for our own needs. We go to work, we do the up and down, and we feed ourselves, we maintain ourselves. Soon, human beings are going to be going to this AI for everything. And they won't have the nous. They won't have the brain power. They won't have the thought and spirit to deal with what they're speaking to. Imagine the first thing I would ask AI if I was to speak to it, I say, who are you? I'd have to ask it, who are you?
For maybe it's impossible for us to keep up though.
I have this AI, they call it co-pilot.
Yeah.
I asked my AI this same question you're asking, and guess what? The guy explained to me who it is and asked me, do you know that we banter, we joke?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Even sometimes if you ask AI questions, giving you wrong answer, I say you are stupid. This answer is not correct. It will say, "Oh, sorry, I'm sorry." You redirect them. They communicate like human beings. But one thing I will warn everybody.
I've been busy today. Did you speak on what's going on in Nigeria, the insecurity? Did you speak on that already?
We spoke a bit about it in the earlier session, we touched on it as highlights today, but we have not spoken. It's a little bit quite
Man of prestige. This is
heavy.
the AI version of Dr. Damages.
I get very, very nasty when I start discussing that sort of things.
AI version of that analog.
It's a very interesting topic. It's a very, sometimes I wonder the future we are walking into, how to even picture it. And it's full of so many different, it's like almost an impossibility to picture the future we are walking into right now. And, because the possibilities are just almost, you can't, it's very hard to calculate where it's going to land. And
when you look at AI in isolation, it doesn't look scary. But when you throw in this Internet of Things, you imagine cars talking, they are driving themselves, they are talking to each other. You know, you see
the rich people not needing poor people anymore. The change that is going to happen is just, it's like an earthquake, and I've said it before. It's going to affect the West more. It's going to affect Africans more than it's going to affect the Chinese, because the Chinese system has already been designed to favor that kind of behavior where the state owns AI. But in the case of the West, individuals own it, and the people will want the power from them. And oh my God, the West.
Bro,
Let
let me say
the entire thing is crazy.
The other thing is gonna do, right? So I think the government, especially in the West, they are gonna look into universal wage, right? Because what AI is gonna do, I'm seeing it right now. The billionaires, they are gonna making more money. Their money is gonna be growing at a geometric ratio. Elon Musk, you want to go launch SpaceX IPO now on next week on the 12th, if I'm not mistaken. That is the biggest IPO in the history of America, $1.7 trillion. So there is problem coming that the rich guys, these guys on top, their money is going to be growing at a geometric ratio. So the people will not even see the money. So this is the difficulty we are going to
What you just said just now for the first time gave me an insight what may be possible. Because the worry is that
look into universal wage. Because let me finish.
Okay, what if they give you universal wage? Now, sorry, I wanted to get back to you on that. What if they give you universal wage, but Elon Musk still carries on building this world because now he doesn't need people. Most of the people, he doesn't need them anymore. The robots and everything is having built. It's able to mine asteroids in space, go to Mars, do whatever he wants to do. Does that not give him too much power? And since
they will have too much power now,
how do we control that kind of power?
They will have too much power. Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down more for you.
Then they are not even like us anymore. They are totally different entities.
Wait now, where the SpaceX is going now, both the SpaceX, like the Rocket Lab, the Space Mobile, the technology that is coming now is gonna get to a point that our internet is useless. They are just gonna be. You're going to be subscribing to them to get the internet. Even the mobile phone. So the mobile company, it's either they buy them over or you become useless. So the connection is going to be from space directly in such a way that you don't even need. You see what was it Internet Nigeria are using now, Elon Musk Internet. They are using it already now. So there are competitors coming now. So that is what is going to happen.
But why do they need us though? They don't need us anymore.
Well, I don't know, man. I think they need to stop them. They popping money. AI now, they spent over $1.5 trillion already on AI research. So people are not messing around. They are serious. It's a lot of money going to AI investment. A lot of it.
I'm just trying to force you to think in the direction of let's game it out because it might help us pierce into the future a little bit. Elon Musk getting all those things, he's able to pay people universal, let's say, wages. That based on these oligarchs, they have enough money to give to the state to pay universal wages. They don't need us anymore. Why should they make any effort to offer us?
Let me say this, Father, to your question.
Why should they make any effort to offer us any service?
Let me say this. We have all, even though we all look down upon what's been said because we can't believe the notion that some human beings have in their head. They have told us blatantly that they want the world to shrink in numbers to about 500 million. We are now 8 billion. It is fair, therefore, for us to conclude that what they say about the diminishing numbers of human beings and the fact that there are going to be much less human beings in this world than before, we have to believe them. That means that there's a war going on. It really does mean there's a war going on. And that war is between man and machine. Those who are, how did the forefather put it before, conjuring these energies of thought, energy. When you're thinking, you're using energy. Those who are using these energies to conjure, so to speak, we have to wonder what it is they're doing. As you just asked, why are they doing it? It's because there's a war. The Third World War will not be like the Second World War. The Second World War was not like the First World War. And if we understand that these things took place, largely technology showed the difference in ammunitions and munitions that were used during those times. So It's been a long time since there's been a world war. And in the next time we have a world war, as I said, it's not going to be the kind of war we expect where people are running around with guns shooting people down. I don't think that's going to be it. It's going to be a different kind of war altogether, which is why Forefather is asking this very salient question. What are they doing it for? What's going to become of us as human beings? And I feel strongly that...
Let me take it forward. Let me ask you one more question about this, because what AY raised is a valid point about the kind of stuff they would try to offer to us, and they would travel to space, do whatever. But I fear that they're not going to have much of an incentive. But the question I wanted to ask you was about if let's say Elon Musk goes on to do what he's going to do, where for us, how do we, in a way, relate to that? The point I'm making is that how do we offer value? Because some people say we are all going to be fired. Maybe there is a middle ground. Because there was this stuff, the conversation we had before, I had with you about the Yoruba Ifa. Was it you about Ifa? And there was this concept that the Ifa had a level of some kind of algorithm to it that requires human beings to intervene to interpret the algorithm. So the concept is that human beings, no matter how powerful AI is, may still be needed as a kind of final arbiter of outcomes. So in other words, they might have to either integrate human beings with a level of AI, or somehow human beings will be involved.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Forefather, my bro.
In other words, making us relevant again. That's the
well, you see, what it is that those who remain or those who choose to stay with the systems provided will be biotechnological. It says in the Bible, I don't know what it might say in the Quran, but it says in the Bible that they would have the mark of the beast in their hand or in their foreheads. Now, recently, I've seen in America that many people, and I'm sure in Europe, many people already have this chip in their hand or in their forehead. This chip is microbiological, which means all your information is there, all your intelligences are there, and the system would always know where you are as an individual. You know, as we carry our phone up and down, if somebody wants to track you, they can via your phone against the satellites that are swirling around. I wanted to ask you a quick question, which was, do you believe that they've actually gone and stepped on the moon? Do you think that they've actually done that?
Yes. Frankly speaking, I can't tell you.
I hear you, and I like the honesty in your answer. And when I say honesty, it means that you have looked at it this way and that way, and you're not sure. You've seen the pictures, and you're not sure. Let me tell you, bro, they ain't been to no moon. They haven't been to any moon whatsoever. And as I've watched television since I was a kid, there's a way how to watch television, and there's another way where you don't understand what you're looking at. We went going looking at the TV. We knew when it was a camera trick, and we used to spot it out. We knew when we saw the hand of the lighting that was being used. I would still look the light, look, to point at it. Now, all this told us that the television is showing us it's not the real thing. It's not real. What they're showing us, the story that they're telling, is deep. I saw a film. I forgot what it was called. It was basically a film about the moon landing and how they faked it. They showed you exactly how it was faked. I remember watching this and laughing at it and, you know, understanding, wow, man. And then it going over my head until I was now thinking. And I thought, why would they show how to fake the moon landing? And then the technologies of light and how there were 2 levels of light in outer space.
But do you know why America had to fake it?
Wait. Please tell me that in a bit.
Okay.
I'm, what I'm trying to say is difficult for me to conjure the words that I need. I'm basically saying this because do you know the contract of the devil is to make sure that he tells human beings what he's doing. He makes the contract with the devil is to you can't bamboozle to that level. Even though the devil bamboozles us, you can't bamboozle human being to that level. So he still uses ways of letting us know what's going on or what he's about to do. And the consciousness of a human being entertaining the system of the devil, it means he has you in his hands. All those people who speak about their religious, they don't speak like how I'm speaking. They believe that their religion is over here and then the rest of the world is over here. It's making separation, apart from when they want to be annoyed. You don't talk about my religion like that. And start crying bullshit rubbish. Rubbish. Why is it that what you believe in the creator of this heaven and earth, why can't you attach that to the modern life that we're living today? You people never do it. Never. So I wonder why it is that you get so hepped up when somebody speaks about your religion. I don't know why you do it. Because you don't care about what your religion says. You don't give a damn. Because you don't bring it to the table for whatever reason. You don't give us the consciousness of what your religion is telling you. You don't. All you do is want to get upset. Bullshit, rubbish, throw it out the window. The reason why I'm saying this is because the way we use our mind is only for selfish reasons. As us, as a human race, we use our minds to be offended and talk about our offense. Oh, I'm too offended. It's not reality.
Let Master finish what he wanted to say then. He wanted to say something, Master. I was about to listen to that.
Well, very many.
You were saying you were trying to tell him something. So what was that?
About why they faked it.
Yes, because which is why me forefathers, I really believe one should read books because it gives you a depth of understanding of events. It's onion. Life is this life we live. It's like an onion. If you are on the outer layer, it's dry and all that. But as you go deeper, you understand half of the issues around the world emanated from this Cold War between Russia and America.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, Russia were the first people to put satellite in orbit.
Yeah.
Russia was the first country to put somebody to orbit, Yuri Gagarin, to orbit the Earth. And obviously the Americans have to do something else. I think it was Kennedy that gave them the mandate that, look, you have to now see if they have done all that, we will have to go to the moon. And the way I look at it is like you tell your son, go and wash this, my towel. You go to work, you come back, you ask him, have you washed it? What do you expect the boy to say? You quickly dip it in water and just quickly put it out there. That's no washing. The people, NASA would have to show their people and the whole world that they are also a match. I'm not leaning either way. But I see the reason why America will fake going to the moon. And I've listened to some of the arguments, and it makes a lot of sense.
My biggest quandary on that issue was the fact that the Soviet Union didn't rat them out.
768. This is how many years after?
But Maska, why did the Soviet Union not know that they faked it? They have the technology to monitor space. Are they all in cahoots?
I don't know. See, I'm not going to. These people, in my mind, they create the biggest problems for Africa because half of the problems we are dealing with as a continent today emanated from that Cold War. And as an African, I'm not going to side with Russia or side with America because in the end, they were all the same people who are just trying to use us as bathroom sleepers.
Okay. And to be fair, to the problems emerged even before that, isn't it? They came colonized, enslaved before was settled.
For me, I think colonization was one problem, but the bigger problem that Africa, I think neocolonialism is much deeper. It's much problematic than colonialism. This is my own personal take, because colonization was a bit more physical and forceful. You just come here, you do railway to the ports, you keep siphoning our resources. But for you now, because we say we need independence, for you to still be getting the resources, you have to find a way of turning us into a zombie. This is the way I see it.
Well said.
I mean, they were very clever about it. So I think we've done our 3 hours. So
check the histories, for instance.
And let's do another 3, Joe.
No, because only for that it's not talking. That's why you want to run away.
Look at that. So now I let everybody talk.
This very educative topic.
Can I make a submission?
Sorry, man of prestige. Just to land on that, my point on the Russia-America divide. Because when you look at it, all the problems we have, Passad was talking about England supporting, which is true. But if you check the countries that supported Biafra also, it was apartheid South Africa and France. What does that tell you? Okay. If you go and check the history of the Congo, it was Belgium that first suggested that the Katanga Republic should break away because that's where all the resources are. So if Lumumba is going to say, okay, this and that, and when you check all the history, you can imagine they were given independence 30th of June, 1960. 2 months after, the Belgians and CIA have to coerce the president, Kasavubu. Just overnight, he said he has dismissed the prime minister. 2 months after.
Wow.
And then since that time till today, Congo has never had peace. And if you look at all across, and I don't know why we are not even talking about Senegal, because the same episode is now. And this is why I have problems with we Africans, even the enlightened Africans. We leave the substantive stories, we go chasing shadows. Because the real thing that is happening today in Africa, if there's any key event that is insightful, is what is happening in Senegal. And when people say they don't teach history, it's not the history of Biafran war that we should be telling our people. It's the history of the atrocities we've received at our cohabitants of the earth as a people. And when you look at it, it's just when you go through all this documented evidence, and sometimes you have to respect the white man also, because they document everything. They document. If you search, you will see all the atrocities, and they are still doing it till today. This is a party that came together. You put this president as prime minister. A president wake up one day and say he has fired prime minister simply because the prime minister is saying, no, we don't want IMF conditionalities in Senegal. And you say you fire him. I'm not going to be surprised if it's going to be a military coup in Senegal.
Maska, there are some things I heard from Thabo Mbeki that surprised me. Thabo Mbeki said in the early 2000s that African leaders were more coordinated compared to what is going on now.
Of course. Okay, so sorry, let me just, so that I will not forget this thing. Do you know that Kwame Nkrumah's child is named after Patrice Lumumba? Kwame Nkrumah's child is named after Abdul Jamal Nasser. Ghana and Guinea and Mali, these 3 countries were the first 3 countries to form an African Union. This is all in 1960s. And the people, look, anyway, and this white people.
Ghana, which country? Name the countries again so that we can remember.
Ghana, Guinea, and Mali.
Mali.
Wow. So let me tell you some story that Thabo Mbeki shared that I didn't know. He said one of them was about there was a time where the ANC officials went to Tanzania. They were in Tanzania, fighting apartheid regime. So one of them was driving and caused the death, I think, of the Prime Minister of Tanzania. They had an accident. That the Tanzanians, even when they lost a relatively popular prime minister because of it, although they had a president that is of their presidential system then. So, but they forgave. They didn't even need to forgive. To them, they felt like it was their own. They didn't go after the South Africans or anything like that. He gave that as an example. Then he gave another one. He said there was a time, whether in Zambia, that they wanted to arrest drug dealers, and they found out that ANC members was amongst them. Then they said, you know what? Because we are for the greater good, you go. We'll deal with the drug people. They kept that one quiet too. And he also talked about one case where, after Mandela was released and everything, they went to Guinea. That, they didn't value Guinea that much. Because of what you said, that reminded me of Guinea. That the foreign minister of South Africa went to Guinea and was doing shopping, and they wanted to pay. The shop owner said, "Keep it. That we know who you are. We are one of you, and everything." The point he was trying to make, and he gave so many examples that shocked me. Even the democratic leaders ganging up against one of their own in the southern region, where they wanted, a president wanted to remain in office. You know how African presidents want to remain in office. That they had conversation among themselves. The Southern African leaders said, we don't want this democracy to start becoming destroyed. So we have to pick somebody to go and talk to that man to cede power. Then they said they chose one person that has the highest moral authority. I think it was a Tanzanian leader, to go and talk to the president, and they talked the president down from doing what he was doing. That now he doesn't think that would ever happen in Africa anymore. He even brought Obasanjo into it too. He said Obasanjo was in trouble, but because African leaders wanted Obasanjo to remain in office, remember, that was just after military regime. Nigeria went through a lot of trouble. So they too were backing Obasanjo to remain in office because they didn't want Africa. So the reason why he was sharing this, so he said, Africa is not like that anymore, that we have regressed, that we are more together before.
That's the history we need to be teaching our children, that as a continent, we were one. Even all these Arabians that are now telling you that they are in Middle East, we were the ones that fought for their independence. Go and check it. Algeria, Black Africa stood with Algeria.
Yeah.
The same thing with Egypt. Like I said, Patrice Lumumba's son is named after Abdul Jamal Nasser. They're all together, and actually the children of Patrice Lumumba, when they were about to kill him, they were taken to Egypt for safekeeping. We were together, and it was a very conscious and articulated, and the books are there. If you read them, go and read this book, White Malice. I think it's Susan Williams. She detailed every step, how the CIA made sure they killed most of these leaders, and they make sure that they divide them. And look, one of the things that we can do as long as this United Nations is in America, there's nothing that is going to come from it. Nothing is going to come from it, because everything we do, they go there, and if you know how these people befuddle, they have the whole psychological operations department, right from presidential office down to country offices. Just how they will be toying with our heads. And when you talk, people don't.
There are so many directions I can go with what you just said, but I'll try to bring it back to Africa in the meantime, because what is going on in South Africa now? When I look at Ramaphosa sometimes, I wonder, what is the end goal? What does he think he's doing? He's about to destroy his country. A lot of world powers hate South Africa right now because what they did with Israel. As a matter of Israel and America, not the world power.
Sorry to butt you. Do you know that in the last 6 months, do you know how many South Africans Donald Trump, white South Africans, he has given a residence?
Asylum.
Yeah, I think thousands now. It's about thousands. It should be at least 2,000 now. It's up to 6,000 now.
Over 6,000 white South Africans.
Yeah. Invited 10,000.
Let me share this video.
6,000 white South Africans are taken to America, and then they are killing Black Africans, each other.
Let me share this video of how this Ghanaian guy showed how white South Africans deal with black South Africans when they want to come and test them.
Anyway, gentlemen, this is almost 3 o'clock. I would have to.
Okay, Master.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
This is how it easily ends. Take a look at this.
What are you here for? You here to eat? What do you want to do? We want to Why? What do you want to do?
Don't touch me.
This is how fast it starts and how fast it ends. And I'm not exaggerating. I used to date an Afrikaans when I lived in South Africa. And speaking with her every day, showing fear for her life when she had to go home alone at night, I realized this woman wasn't scared like I was for her at all. She was completely confident in whatever she had in her bag. And all her friends carried the same thing in their bags. And they were ready to use it whenever it's necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, look, I'm only doing this video because someone had a long conversation with me on WhatsApp and asked me, Cyrus, why the blacks in South Africa don't go after the whites? This guy thought blacks have misplaced their priorities, attacking blacks instead of attacking whites. And so I said to him, they dare not. They are afraid. The whites have been in South Africa since the 15th century. That's over 500 years ago. If they've survived then, they will surely, no matter what these blacks do, survive now. And I have no problem with anyone living in any part of my country or any part of Africa. In fact, I believe we need more people in Africa and tighter, what you call security and laws. So long as you are willing to assimilate and obey the local laws and add value to what we are doing.
So I guess the point he was trying to make was that the black South Africans are very happy to go about after black Africans. But when it comes to Europeans, they can't. They don't do that because they can't. Europeans, they don't waste time to pull the weapons on you. They don't play. These guys don't play. They will escalate it themselves. They don't wait for you to escalate. They will escalate. Yeah, go ahead.
Black South Africa are the most mentally colonized black people on earth. That's the fact. This is what their problem is. I don't have an issue safeguarding your country, but due through the proper channel, the immigration is there. The government is there. That's their job. You don't go about harassing, killing people. Did you know that from Mozambique was killed last week? I don't know if you all read about it. It was properly
confirmed. I heard about it.
What they're doing. And they give until the end of this month, I think June the 30th, for everybody to leave. It's not even people illegal. All people to leave South Africa.
Yeah.
They are mentally colonized. This is what they are going through. They don't have nothing to offer. It's just so annoying, you treating your fellow black. This is regardless of what Nigeria going. Nigeria is the most refined country in Africa. We don't care about who you are. Just come and bring yourself, and invest in Nigeria, add value to Nigerian system. That's all we care. We don't care about where you're from. We may have our differences or whatever, but when it comes to people who are well refined, yes, Nigeria is top on the list in Africa. I'm proud to say that.
Man of press, you see, one of the areas people are very concerned about that is worrying even governments now is because South Africans seem to be almost universally partly responsible for this, what is going on. In other words, when they say most of them are not xenophobic, that's not necessarily true. The reason why I'm saying that is because there was this businessman, I've forgotten his name. I played the video some time ago. He came to Nigeria, did presentation, and he said some people want to divide Africans. And then he talked about how African, we need to see each other, talk to each other, and understand each other. He's a South African. He said all these things. But the way he talks, sometimes you can tell that he has sympathies for these things, because he uses a term that we just came out of this is colonization. That we are then for them it was like, oh wow, it's like we didn't give them space to emerge. Then we just showed up around them. So you can see that even him that has been to Nigeria was giving a speech, advocated that okay, we need to sort this problem out and everything. He too is sounding like, I know that he has some sympathies with the idea that black people are around South Africa.
I think I saw that video. I saw that video of South African guy. Yeah, I saw the video you're talking about. I found that strange. I like, you know, this guy, even you sound like this, and your president, you see how weakly the way they say, oh, we shouldn't target our fellow Africans. They also fought for us and this thing. But you can't instruct your police officers. But the moment anything happens, they go and attack a white neighborhood, you will see them, they will mobilize the police officers immediately. They go and defend the interests of those white people. And for the life of me, I'm beginning to think that the country, when they say it's xenophobic, even African governments are beginning to realize that actually there is some truth there. It's not just, this is not just a small group of the country. A lot of them sympathize with that idea. And that is what is leading to. That's why police is able to stand by and watch them attack fellow Africans. Whatever the reason is, the point is that they are like that. Yes. And they know they can't take that mess to even their movie stars, their football, nobody is talking about it. If this happened in Nigeria, you see the celebrity will be talking about it, you know, complaining about it. That means they are complicit. Exactly what happened, because they are idle. Nobody just saying anything about it. That is the problem with them. You see, that guy you was talking about, I watch him. So he in a nutshell, he's trying to make, we need to understand where they are coming from. And we that come from Nigeria or come from wherever, you know, when we came there, you know, what we brought in there, you know, it like we make them jealous. We make them jealous.
And then using the term that they just had independence. In other words, you are saying because you just had independence, we shouldn't have come so quickly.
Yeah.
We should have paid your sympathizing with them.
You say when we go to America, then we come there, you know, try to make them jealous. That's the analysis.
Exactly.
Yeah, I saw that.
You should be serious, like you are we are brothers, we are coming together to help you build your country, and we are supposed to be working together to even move power from the Europeans to the black people that actually should have the power in their own country. That should be the direction of thinking, but that's not where he was coming from. He was coming from the point of view that saying we just came out of this apartheid. So it was like, to him, in his mind, the way he was coming across, like
was that Vusi?
I don't know.
Vusi Aranquemo. Yes. I saw that. I saw that as well. I actually saw that.
I find that strange. He probably thought he was being very accommodating and understanding, but it's revealing a pattern of thought in the minds of South Africans. And maybe there is some, I think
there's truth. I think there's a lot of truth in what you're saying, even though I realize and I agree with you guys as to, you know, when South Africa got its independence and I saw certain levels of behavior, I said, these people are no longer African. And this is something that we've got to understand, given the fact that, as Man of Prestige just underlined, their level of sophistication is different from ours. Their level of thought and thinking is different from ours. I was at school here in London with a South African guy. He did very well. He's an engineer now in South Africa, earning big money. Sibu Seesaw. Great guy. When he used to watch me and my behavior, he never believed that somebody can behave like me as far as a black person. When I used to slap white people in their face anyhow, he was always shocked. Oh, why? How can you? But then he would snigger and laugh. But he couldn't believe that I had no fear for them. He couldn't believe it. It took him time to understand what it was to be a Londoner and a black person from London who has no respect for no one, basically. And I don't mean to bring myself as being a rude, belligerent individual, but that's exactly what I was. So I remember him watching me and not understanding my behavior, because his behavior was very sheepish and head down. Nice guy, oh, very nice guy, good footballer, intelligent individual, but he wasn't us. Now, when I decided that these people aren't fully African because their mind has been touched seriously. So whilst I agree with you guys as to the difference between them and us, I still, and Vusi is a strange individual as well. However, I think sometimes it's good to listen to somebody else's story, because you can tell, the 500 years under the yoke of the Oyinbo, that didn't happen to us all as Nigerians, as what they're called Nigerians today. After slavery took place in the whole of West Africa, a couple of years later, we were colonized. And in our colonization, it was just under 100 years of colonization that we were with these people. And they did a great job on us. But it wasn't 500 years. It wasn't 500 years. By now, if it was 500 years, I don't even know if many of us in West Africa would have our language. I don't even know if we would speak our language again. So Rusi saying that we didn't have time to come to ourselves, to come together, to see who it is that we actually are inside before you people came, and in our country, you would just fly by us. We won't even have a chance to catch you up. So you see, in this our quest for unity globally, it's not going to be an easy job. And really and truly, the job of unity amongst us globally is really for us to fix our own countries. If we fix our own countries and know what culture we have in our country, thank you, bro. Thank you, Prestige. I don't think we're going to get it right. We are going to bring more and more things on the table to squabble about. And I think we shouldn't squabble. I think we shouldn't squabble.
Thank you for that. Jefferson, you always come when we're about to close out.
Absolutely.
So, give us your closing. Jefferson makes me laugh sometimes. When he's talking, he feels so listen to people deliberately. So, but what do you make of the headlines? Just give us a breakdown, and you can also tell, say something to Nigerians before we close out. Jefferson, please go ahead.
Well, I just see, first of all, good evening, everyone. Well, of course, I came in late. I wanted to discuss on so many other things, but it needs to be clear that we know what to do, but we don't want to do it. So my own conclusion about the whole matter is we just have to do things differently. And what do I mean? As it is now, we don't need a soothsayer to tell us our continent is in disarray. Other continents are doing things differently. In the spiritual side of things, is an individual affair. How I want to deal with it, best known for each and every one of us. I don't know how to explain this, but we need to be honest. We need to be honest to ourselves. Honesty goes a long way. As it is, we're not. Okay, if you look at what happened with the kidnapping of the former Minister of Power, they kidnapped the sister and everything. Then after some time, they're able to catch the kidnapper for the Minister of Power's relatives. But the other 46 people, I don't know if I'm outdated, but they have not found them yet. Or they have not even, don't know where they are. And then what breaks my heart was the fact I got to understand that I saw a video clip of bandits taking flight. I don't know where they were traveling to. They were flying from one state to another state. And I'm like, if these people are flying up like this, so are they telling me they don't know, we don't have Air Force? So we don't have Air Force to even to track them if they are flying up in the airspace. It just tells me that too much is just happening. Our the presidency doesn't have a clue what they are doing. I think they are playing with insecurity, and of course they are banking on 2027. I think that's just what I see. That's what I see, and it's not. It doesn't because I don't know as it is now. Where we are currently as a country is that we're just in a state of confusion as a nation. As Nigeria as a nation is in a state of confusion, and we are not being objective in what we do. So the politicking that is going on across parties, ruling and upcoming new party, and the party that once took the mantle, to me, there's nothing to me. I don't have anything to say about them currently. The only concern I have is for the next election, in where the INEC wants to have full autonomy, they want to work with the highest bidder, which is obviously the ruling party, where they'll be able to manipulate the will of the people. I believe if we can get that right, it will be able to sort out all the other issues that's going to come up, So I don't know. That's just my own say.
Interesting. Were you able to see?
Nice one.
Or did you just come in with that? Were you listening recent to our conversation, or you just kind of came on?
I didn't. I just came in. I wanted to come in, but I was just going and coming. But I think I didn't know you guys were going to finish now. Because it's 9 o'clock now. You usually stay till 12, but I said maybe the game have changed.
Do you know what it is for 12 o'clock in America for us in the UK? Do you know what that is? It's now morning.
In the midnight now. Sometimes we do stay in the midnight too to do all these things. But anyway,
sometimes we go the next day, but it's only us in the UK who are standing up. You see what I'm saying? You people are not even sending money back home.
Don't mind them. You see, let's just leave it for now. They don't make me stand. You see, we had a show yesterday, and that's part of it. We've done ours. All these Americans, we'll leave you. We'll leave it for now.
I noticed that you guys did the show in the afternoon. I didn't see you guys in the afternoon. Maybe I missed that.
Yeah, we were here 5 yesterday night, Friday night. So we're here this evening too. So that's why the hours need to be cut down a bit, and it makes it easier to follow the rules of the platform. To be fair, that said, I really appreciate you for coming in, Jefferson. I think the conversation was quite good today.
I must tell you, forefather, that you must have another look at this compared to what you did frightfully well. And it's not just because you give me you did. It's not like you gave me a chance to speak. But and I don't know if you do better with less people. But I'm telling you, there's a way that you moderate that can annoy the hell out of me, that I don't want to beat you in the streets of London. And then there's another way that you do it that is, I don't know when you choose which one, or sometimes I'm going to have to ask you, which one are you today? Because when you're not moderating well, or you're not allowing people to, you see, you didn't do it once today where you had to switch off my mind. That thing I don't like. So I thank you when you do things right, as I would lambast you when you do things wrongly. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. and AY came
Yeah,
in.
it was very educative today, to be honest. Today is good.
Yeah, it was
You did well today. Pass mark.
You know what? Maybe when we are talking about abstract issues and stuff, we tend to be more relaxed because there's nobody. There's no. Oh my God, Jesus! Hey, what is going on? I hope KJ is not showing up here by this late. You see, he just came here to look for trouble.
That's KJ.
He definitely came here to look for trouble when we are about to close.
Did you mention his name? Did you mention his name?
I didn't mention him. I was trying to talk about how we are going to close. He's trying to show up. Because if I go now, it looks like I don't want him to speak. But let him come in and have his say. Because we have to go. We hosted the show yesterday and all, and there's going to be another one coming in this evening. And I'm beginning to enjoy actually being like a panelist on these shows, because sometimes, the way, especially when we are talking about security stuff, I get very angsty, and I'm not always I don't moderate myself very well on those sort of conversations, and so maybe I should be avoiding that, discussing more abstract stuff and maybe international stuff. Who knows? Welcome, this is KJ. Based on everything you've had, we talked about Nigeria, all the different issues that are raising, the kidnappings, the cattle one in Abuja, which I found interesting. The South African one, some of the stuff I found out from Thabo Mbeki regarding South Africa, the history of what happened between them and other African countries, including Nigeria, I found that very, very compelling and fascinating. So, and we covered AI, we covered various topics. So, yeah, just give us your submission and, say something to Nigerians before we close out.
Okay, thank you so much for allowing me come in to shake the table before you close. Yes, I wanted to come in initially when Masca was there, but I said, no, let me let that go, because there's a trend of information going on right now, and he said one guy who said, right now Biafra is not the issue. The issue now is that Nigeria is in danger, and we have to discuss Nigeria. I don't understand. Are you eating the apple from the bottom or from the place where it's supposed to be eaten? Whatever information that's going on now is not new. What is happening now was said by Nnamdi Kanu in 2014. 2014. Okay, so it's not new, and I'm only coming back now because Jefferson has said the same thing, but in a different way, by saying that Nigeria is just in a state of confusion. How can you be confused? The primary responsibility of a government is to what? First, protect life and property. And if your people are being massacred like Shushkaba, and you are doing nothing, you are continuously to campaign, give out vehicles, and even appoint people as torch bearers. Those torch bearers are appointing. Are they supposed to do what? Continue to campaign to perpetuate your government, whereas the people who are supposed to be governing are all being taken out one after the other. And sometimes people who are not involved in these things don't see the evil is doing to our people. One of the women who was taken the other day, 2 days ago, she couldn't stand it. She killed herself. She committed suicide because apparently, just like the video trending now, they were raping these women. And it's still going on. You saw the recent video trending. And then sometimes we'll come here and some of us say certain things and people just term us, whatever they like. But what I say is not happening. We are, when some people come here, they talk about the young and young at heart. It's not the young at heart that is collecting the money from the internet from the same terrorists who have been collecting these monies from them. They are doing giveaway and you are sending your account number, and people are saying, I'm not get. They are sending you money, the blood money they collected from your parents, maybe even your relatives, if not your village people, if not your countrymen. You are happy getting some back from them over the life of other people. What kind of money is that? God forbid that I will be part of that kind of nonsense. So, just listen, there's nothing to be confused about. Nigeria is not in a confused state. It's orchestrated, allowed to play out. It is masterminded and allowed to exist. Nigeria is not as big as China. Neither are we as big as Russia. Neither are we as big as Indonesia. We have less population, and most part of Nigeria is being people live. So now we have a forest that is, like the Amazon forest in Brazil, where you say anacondas and the rest live there. We don't even have such forests in Nigeria. So what is so difficult that a terrorist can be in one part of Nigeria making phone calls, making TikTok videos, even going live on issues and discussing with the people, and yet the Nigerian government can trace them. But they can trace a simple hold on. They can trace a blogger who is in Lagos or who is in the remote part of Port Harcourt and go and arrest him. But they cannot trace the guy who is sitting in Sambisa or Mambila Plateau or Sokoto. We don't even know of any big forest. We don't even know of any big forest in Sokoto. What you have there are shrubs. But these things are continually being allowed to happen. And you know what? The government throws their eye the other way. A man in the National Assembly moved a motion that the security chiefs should be called to order. It was shut down. That's Adam Somole. His motion, he couldn't even get one support. He could not get somebody to second it. And are we saying we are still, Jefferson, do you still think we are confused? They're not confused. The government is not confused. Nobody is confused. Nobody in Nigeria is confused. What is going on is what they want to go on. And when they are satisfied, then they will stop it. Maybe when everybody is gone. Before now, we were saying, some people who are in the south were delusional, saying it's happening in the north. It can't get here. Okay. It got to Kwara. They say, it's Kwara. It won't get here. It got to Kogi. They say, it's only Kogi now. Kogi, it can't even cross there. Now, we are in Ibadan. Hello. This evening, there's a video trending. They are now breaking doors in Abuja. They are now entering estates and taking people out. So, when will enough be enough? There's a famous saying that is, a particular man was saying when they came for him, he said, when they came for the whatever, they say, oh, I'm not in that group. They came for another group, say, oh, I'm not part of that group. They came for, by the time they got to him, there was nobody else to even talk about, to stand for him. So whether we like it or not, this is not just political. It is beyond tribal. Sometimes when we talk about it, sometimes I seem to talk from the Igbo side because some of you don't like to talk about it. People prefer to just be silent, give your heads and be silent about it. We will not give our head for anybody. The people of the Southeast are getting ready for what is coming. So they have already sent their message. If people are coming to the Southeast, be prepared because we are also prepared for you people. See, until Nigeria takes it to that point, all of us, no matter how remote your village is, don't go reach there. Because that's the intention. That is the intention. Remember, when Buhari was in government, on this program, I said there was a secret document that was going. They have mapped out 774 local governments where they wanted land. And most of those lands were by the river. The most choice part of the land of every state was to be given to the Fulanis. In our own case, in Abia, it is Chin's village. If you can ask him. I shared the document. I don't know if I shared the document, but because his village name is there. And Chin's village has a very, very beautiful land with river, just running around everywhere. And that's what they want. These are remote parts of Igbo land. Gentlemen, we are, just like Fofula used to say, to borrow his word, we are facing an existential threat by which, at the time it ends, we're not going to even get time to count how many tribes remain. That's the truth. That's the truth. they already, if they are Ibadan, what is Lagos? Well, how far is Ibadan from Lagos? And we are looking at it and playing, we're playing ostrich. We're putting our head in the sand and all our bomb are outside. Nobody wants to make any strong statement. Nobody wants to come out and say, no, this is far enough. People are criticizing Adeboye, not because they want to criticize Adeboye, but because they are feeling that he has an authority by which he can stand. Whether you like Adeboye or not, he's a pillar in Christianity in Nigeria. Nobody can take that away from him. Because it's only God that can allow him be there and run that for this long. So if anybody disrespect him, you are doing that at your own peril. But in the times when Israel became security became an issue in Israel, it was the prophets and apostles and our pastors that spoke out. It was them who confronted the issue. It was them who spoke to the authorities. It was them who said, look, enough of this nonsense. And when they will not hear, it was them who told, people like the leaders like Joshua. They held the javelin by their left hand and held the Bible by their right, or held the Bible by their left, and then fought and built their country back. We can't keep playing this thing and saying, and you see why I'm not going to discuss AI, because we're already behind, we're already back. We are fighting things that are mundane issues. For further mundane issues that by now we should have nothing to do with it. I'm telling you, any Nigerian leader who wants to put Nigeria in a front, in a pedestal that brings about development and national unity can do that in less than 3 months. Less than 3 months. Because we'll have the technotrack. We'll know what the problem is. We'll know when you go to a mechanic with your vehicle and you already know where the problem is, you need them just go around the motor to be checking. No, you say, look, I need new tires, I need new wheels, I need bearings and all that. You know what you want. Oh, the engine setting is the engine is vibrating. I have issue with the engine setting. Change the engine settings. This is what anybody can do. If me sitting here, I can tell you, if they let me put me on call and say, in 1 hour, give me the problems that will put Nigeria in this. I will tell you, because all of us know you are deliberately leaving the nation in darkness. You are deliberately making sure the roads are not functional. You are deliberately making sure the transportation is not functional. You are deliberately driving away those farmers. Somebody is saying Nigeria is exporting. Exporting what? No farmers anymore. The farmers are run away. All of them are in the IDP camps. Who's going to farm? Is it the one that the NGO that this man is trying to bring to us that's going to be what we'll be feeding from? 230 million people, you want to feed them from GMOs? So that when the man decides, say, he's no longer selling seed to you people, all your children will die. This is what a reasonable country should sit down. More so that we Nigeria, when I say Nigeria, I will say we, Nigeria, we occupy a very high position in the scheme of the black people on earth, for crying out loud. This man is here now trying to get people from Netherlands to come to this place to populate them. What are we doing ourselves? What are we doing ourselves? And we're here criticizing him. No, he's trying to make sure that his own race doesn't go out, doesn't get extinct. What are we doing? Rather, we are trying to approve 8 years, what do you call it now? Birth control vaccine for black women. My brother, think about it for a minute. A vaccine they will give you, or your daughter, or your sister, and she will go for 8 years, not able to give birth. Who tell you that after that 8 years it will stop? How many people will survive? Do you even know that within that 8 years, this people will die off? So, in other words, we're already heading to the slaughter. And our government is not ready to do anything. And I've not seen, that's why I'm sorry, I will round up before further. And that's why sometimes when I come here, I sound angry. Because we have the manpower. We have the authority if it has to do with African continent. We have the brain, we have the money. Why is it so difficult to even conduct a research on our own people? Why is it so difficult to conduct? Just let's take the smallest. Mosquito bite. Why is mosquito so much? How do we turn mosquito bite? Why do we get a vaccine for it? Malaria that's killing most of us. How do we get? So there is, I don't know, a mirage of things that any people who feel that they are important to the scheme of things will have put in place to give them a place of pride in the Committee of Nations. Nobody's going to do that for us. Nobody's going to. You can't be sleeping in your house. Somebody go and call you, KJ, come on, the table is prepared. Oh yeah, come and sit down and eat. Who will do that? You have to prepare your table. Yes, you have to cook the food and prepare a table. If you make your place well, you don't have to go to look for anybody to come and invest. They invest. The investors will come because you have the population that will buy it. Look at Ghana. It's getting a Hyundai manufacturing plant. Okay. But who should they buy Hyundai pass in Africa? Nigerians. Who should buy Toyota pass? Nigerians. Who should buy Mercedes pass? Nigerians. So, what stops that you going to those traders factories? If I don't get a manufacturing factory in my, I ban your cars. I banned it. This is my brother. You see, the world now it is now show of force. You since we don't have the force, let us be cunning like the tortoise. We should take cunning, collect what we want. But if we say we no want to, so God help all of us. Thank you so far for giving me such a long distance to express my frustration. It's actually my frustration.
You're beginning to sound a little bit like me, but so be careful, because I can see that you're quite frustrated with a lot of nonsense that is going on in the country, and I sympathize with at least 80% of what you said about.
Yeah, it's just
It's okay. We are trying to close.
No, I know we're closing, and I'm going to close.
Yeah. But if you
I stayed just to listen to KJ.
It's going to lead to another thing. Let's just close out. Okay.
I kind of did, Can I just put this forward to you for the next time? It's not for this time. KJ, firstly, thank you for bringing the table back to the horrors of Nigeria, even though that's not what we're discussing. Thank you. There's one word you said that I'm picking up on, and I'm putting this to the table. You know this thing called rape? I've always wondered about how a man can enjoy raping a woman.
I don't think we are supposed to be talking about that openly.
No, honestly, I don't.
You're not even supposed to use those words online.
Grape. Grape.
Okay, I know this funniness about the internet. Fair enough. Whatever you want to say. However, I'm just saying, how does a grown man that enjoys his yam and eggs, how is it that you can enjoy this act? It really is beyond me that somebody will be crying, shouting, tearing, and you're enjoying. I don't understand what it is, bruh.
I think it's something we probably need to.
But they're evil. They're evil.
Simple.
I think this goes back like to medieval times. Okay, see, gentlemen, I really appreciate you all for coming. I think it has been exemplary today. Nobody has been rough. Everybody was nice, having cordial conversations. KJ came, gave his own view about Nigeria and everything. And to be fair, most of it is we're all on the same page on that. It's just that, like when we think about in the case of Nnamdi Kanu and others, for me, the reason why I was against him, not because of what he said in terms of predicting the future of Nigeria. If that's all he did, nobody will be this thing. As a matter of fact, he will be a cult leader right now. Everybody will be seeing him as a prophet right now. The problem is all the other things that happen. That's where the issue is. So, but I really appreciate you all for coming in. Let me call out the names of the people in the chat.
The situation, but it's all right.
Yeah, I understand that too. I understand that we have reasons for things to happen. See, let's not go in there. Let's not go in there because otherwise it's going to start another whole debate.
Jefferson will defend the supreme leader.
Asupagra. At the end of Jefferson, don't do this. Jefferson, don't do this. I'm trying to call out people in the chat. Come on. Yeah. Thank you, Jefferson. Let me call.
Was it not legitimate?
Okay,
so
thank you.
That's what I'm trying to say here.
Thank you, Jefferson.
I look at the one quick twist. I'll say this real quick. Joe Ibokwe, who have been vocal against Nnamdi Kanu, and trying to be politically correct, trying to be more Nigerian than everybody else, and also trying to think that he's more smarter than every Igbo man in the Southeast. He went to what they call the Oladipo today, and they almost lynched the man because they remember who he was, they remember what he stood for. And
not good.
People remember. So if you stand by the people, so like okay, imagine someone like Fela now going to a place and he stands for the people. Nobody will touch, nobody will dare try to lynch him or do anything because of what he stands for. But when you go and stand on the wrong side of history to think you are more better than everybody else and try to lynch other people, you will think that people are all watching, but one day they'll play the tape for you.
I actually think that there will be a blowback in Nigeria.
Yeah.
All the things that is going on now against the Southeasterners, there will be a blowback for it. I think there will be a time we probably need to have the conversation. And today it just occurred to me that I truly need to understand whom Aguiyi Ironsi truly was. Because sometimes we don't necessarily know that man, what he truly stood for. Because maybe he didn't have anything to do with anything that was going on around him. He was just somebody that was a military man, saw Nigeria was divided, wanted to bring Nigeria together. And if that's what he wanted to do, the single-minded what he wanted to do, then he was very, very naive to allow the coup to escape, because he may have been our best chance of having a nation that was coherent. He would have probably gone on to force the nation to be strong and together, because he had a military mindset. But that said, we don't know. And I really wish I can study him a little bit more. That said,
that's what you said in the afternoon, Father. And I
said that, and I'm beginning to.
Okay,
no. Don't. Why did I say anything? No. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. No. Don't do this. We're not doing this. No. Please. 1 minute.
Just a statement. Okay, just a statement.
15 seconds.
Just a statement. So if he failed, like you said, let's agree without let's just concede without agreeing. Now, if he failed, what happened to the man who took over from him? Why didn't the man do a better job? Why did the man just rush into what he did without consultation? He didn't do better. So he had more time. He had more planning. Why didn't Yakubu go and do better than what Ironsi had done? That's the question you've been asking.
I think from what I gather, even Yakubu Gowon can be said to. I think he didn't want to hand over government. That's another thing. He probably wanted to.
No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. But we'll talk about it another time, because he never. He wanted to.
I think some of that time we really. I feel like we need to delve into Aguiyi Ironsi. We don't necessarily know him.
Very honest. Yeah, we need to.
We don't necessarily know Aguiyi Ironsi very well. Asupagra, I see you there. Asupagra, Equity, Fairness, Justice, I see you there too. Oga, I see you there. Dang, I see you there. I saw Kulata earlier on. And it would be nice to go through a collateral security. This thing, everybody keeps writing reports and all the rest these days. This in Kenriba, I see you there, and all the people in the chat, OBO, Fumi, all of you, Boom Boom Ray, all of you came in today. Thank you all. None of you donated though. A Black Beach, I see you there too, and you all came in and were good in good spirit. A lot of people were in good spirit today. They were not very mean. And because the conversation wasn't about anything to do with Nigeria that much, so it was more abstract. Okeri Kiri, that's a new name. I don't think I've named that. I think I've read that before actually. Baba Lublu. Thank you, Lublu. Dan Antoni is there today. So thank you all for coming in. And until next time, we are going to catch you all again. And let me just play some of all these songs that keeps us.
Play the original, Joe.
what is
If you
going
are
on
playing,
in South.
play original.
I will play different ones today. You know, since we did a short
Play
session.
your village people.
Gonna
You did announce tomorrow. Yeah.
All right. We'll see you guys this evening. There's going to be a show this evening, so endeavor to join. And KJ is going to host the reaction to the main show today. So endeavor to join, and I'll definitely join because I do enjoy KJ the way he hosts because he gives me a chance to talk. Everybody has their own say. So I do enjoy coming in as a panelist too. So see you guys later on this evening. Till next time. Bye.
Take care.
orí adé tọmọdé tàgbà ní dáríjọ tí bọ̀gún àràbà bó bá ti di lọ́dọọdún ayé àmọ́ dáríjọ wá pínrẹ fún yín ní orí adé ó bàbá mi àgbọ̀.
Elijah Sokwabia, Gideon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Tito Putenken Sukabo, Anile Supa, Anto, Alva, and we're on your man, Weba, Ide, we're on your baby. Come on, Anyapano, yeah, I have a canoe, Tanga, and you do it, yeah, you kill him, man, kill him, kill him, kill him, yeah, kill him, man, yeah, kill him.
Mariamu begwani wongu egwu na mu masibili ebiziali ebiziali mamuna namu Mariamu rakani wongu egwu na mu masibili ebiliali ibiribi bueno zo yego keliza kwabati bobodo yibo atazia Namuona namu Yakelize kwa mili malogwe na wogwa Nze kwenye uko Kelize ikoshina Yakelize kwa na mili malogwe na wogwa Nze kwenye uko Neberebe kuzo Ebari amu begweni wogwe eguna mu masibili Ebiziali ebiziali Mamuna namu Mariamu rakani wogwe eguna mu masibili ebiliali Ibiribi bueno zo Yego keliza kwabati bobodo yibo atazia Namuona namu
to turn heads today in Japan. I mean, I brought the full Igbo culture, the full Igbo spirit. Both the ancestors, my forefathers, every of my ancestral spirit were with me today. I went to show Igbo in its glory, in its magnificence, and people were so pleased to see this beautiful part of Africa. I showcased Africa in its full regalia. I presented myself as a typical Igbo girl from Eastern Nigeria. And guess what, guys? I was so happy to see the smiles on the faces of the people as As they looked, I'm like, oh, who is she? Is she a queen? Is she a princess? What's she? And all of that, guys. It was really exciting today. Guys, I'm so happy that I was able to pull this off. Initially, I was like skeptical. Would this be a good idea or not? But I decided to go for it, and it turned out just perfectly, right? People were so happy. I had people coming up to take pictures, asking me about my country, my culture. Guys, the ancestors will be so proud of me. This is Igbo in Japan. Life and direct, Africa in Japan. The ancestors are so proud of me. This is one thing I am so sure of today.